and glossolalia. Through them, he traces the through line of breathing. Beneath the shadow of Eric Garner's dying words, the full political implications of breath come into focus. This is the foundation of Crawley's pneumatology, which is not a study of the third article of the Trinity, but of the actual enfleshed breath itself. This is an attempt to work against the repressive force of theological thought that would ignore the plenitude of the act of breathing and foreclose the otherwise possibility created by its practice. In whooping, the breath is aesthetized in unnecessary syllables. The practice of shouting represents a recovery of the flesh from intellectualization and aesthetic judgments that would leave behind materiality. Noise represents a surplus of sound that refuses to be incorporated into theological and philosophical schemes, and glossolalia is language pregnant with nothingness, laden with excess. It is a form of life that refuses to be constrained by accepted matrices of meaning, and instead bears a plenitude that serves as a crisis of logics that would commodify it. All of these practices for Crawley represent an imminent possibility of otherwise modes of social organization, which operate through an embodied agnosticism, a refusal to intellectualize or explain away the practice through theological rationale. Interestingly, when Felix Jaeger reviewed Black Pentecostal breath, he regularly framed Crawley's work according to standard theological axes, which are not present in the text, referring several times to practices connecting the practitioner to God or their use in sanctification. But the method of Black Pentecostal breath's analysis is aesthetic in the sense that it uplifts the sensory and enfleshed experience over and against theological and philosophical thinking. Felix Jaeger also critiques Crawley for not engaging with Pentecostalism on a more global scale. These distinctions help to illuminate the methodological differences between the two thinkers. Felix Jaeger provides a philosophical framework that is relativized enough to incorporate the global character of Pentecostalism, while Crawley emphasizes the embodied particularity of certain communities of practice as a critique of any attempt to construct a philosophical framework. And finally, Wariboko and the aesthetics of grace. Unlike the prior two thinkers, Wariboko does not have a single work that serves as his definitive statement on Pentecostal aesthetics. Rather, his aesthetics emerge from the midst of a constellation of ideas found throughout his various works. His ideas of the Pentecostal principle, the radicalization of grace, and religion as play serve to triangulate his distinctive Pentecostal aesthetic. Wariboko has put forward a revision of Paul Tillich's Protestant principle, reconceiving of Tillich's ontological axiom as a summation of the dynamism of social life, the Pentecostal principle. Rather than being a framework of protest, Wariboko thinks of the Pentecostal principle as the immanent spirit of creativity that unsettles social existence, making room for restless and novelty. Within the actual life of Pentecostal communities, the Pentecostal principle takes the form of a deactivation of grace, wherein Pentecostalism opens up grace into new possible uses, deactivating the apparatuses of grace as the power of salvation and bringing them into common use. Grace, therefore, is converted from being a means of salvation to being means without end. Grace, having been deactivated from its utilitarian purpose, shows up as the tangible, pragmatic effects of God's presence in human bodies and objects. Grace is expressed materially by anointing, wherein material objects participate in immanent grace. The deactivation of grace is therefore the crux of Wariboko's theological aesthetics, since it opens up all of materiality and human experience to become sites of real presence. The expectant character of Pentecostals, as they await divine surprises in the form of miracles, is reliant on this deactivation of grace. This deactivated grace becomes the fuel for Pentecostal miracles, as its unending character opens up new possibilities for its use. And it is radicalized and instantiated in the way that religion is lived out in play. Play is unended action, deactivated grace in active mode. Within the matrix of grace as pure means, Pentecostals can worship in ways that exhibit an unended, free-flowing openness to the various ways that grace might be tangibly experienced. The radicalization of grace opens up the freedom to play with the rituals of the liturgy, rearranging them in new and surprising ways. Thus, the awareness of the openness of grace to possibility issues in creative play as new potentialities for divine experience are discovered. Thus, the aesthetic manifestation of grace within the materiality of Pentecostal experience results in further playful creativity. The role of theological reasoning within Wariboko's method is worth examining. He has critiqued Wolfgang Vonde's theology of play for addressing the role of play in theology, but not addressing play as the proper image for human existence and for divine human relationship. Play for Wariboko is not simply a vivifying notion within theological discourse. It extends beyond the bounds of theology and serves as a mode of being within the broader economy of grace. Stephen Felix Jaeger's aesthetic method argues for a theoretical matrix within which Pentecostal aesthetics can be understood. Ashen Crawley's method analyzes the aesthetic practices of Black Pentecostalism as an immanent critique of theology. Wariboko's method circumscribes both polarities. He takes seriously the lived practices of Pentecostals, and uses the implicit theology present therein as the basis for his theorizing. As L. William Olivero has observed, Wariboko affirms the beauty of the immanent, taking seriously the divine depths of Pentecostal praxis without ever losing sight of its embodied instantiation.
Mike,
so Wariboko provides a fruitful rejoinder to Felix Jaeger and Crawley, while Felix Jaeger places theology and philosophy ahead of embodiment, and Crawley analyzes embodied practice in opposition to theology and philosophy. Wariboko understands grace as embodied in Pentecostal experience, the way Pentecostals experience grace in various surprising embodiments undergirds an understanding of religion as play and serves as the basis for theological and philosophical creativity. These first few substantive forays into the uncharted territory of Pentecostal aesthetics have proven to be methodologically distinct to the point of being opposed at times, but they share in the central conviction that placing Pentecostalism into dialogue with aesthetics can result in fruitful insights. Additionally, all three at various points reckon with the playful or excessive character that is implicit in Pentecostal spirituality. The stubborn play of Pentecostalism refuses to be integrated into a utilitarian matrix and thus ushers forth in gratuity. This gratuity is the very interval of both beauty and creativity. Pentecostal aesthetic play issues forth in relationality and participatory possibility. It is possible that moving forward, the future of Pentecostal aesthetics will lie in understanding what it is about participation in play that compels thinkers of such radically different methods to find common ground. I believe that a more robust definition of beauty, informed by Pentecostal spirituality, might provide an intellectual matrix for the participatory elements that these thinkers are continually drawn to. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Michael. This was wonderful. I learned a lot. And so I think since we're running a little out of time here, we're just going to proceed to the next panelist, and we can come back to the questions later. The next panelist is Taylor Thomas, and his topic is social demonry and hegemonic fantasies, the legitimacy of Appalachian poverty. Taylor, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I'm just going to read from my paper. It's a very condensed version of a much longer and unfinished project. So author Mariette de Goods suggests that we must understand the financial system as an interpretive exercise responsible for producing the very aspects of our social reality it attempts to describe. She presents the financial system as a discursive domain that is actualized through a series of performative practices. These practices reinforce particular modes of authority, and in the case of economics, establish the limits and forms of the sayable. Similarly, Nimi Wariboko argues that monetary policy and the discourse surrounding it stipulates the conditions of social life. In the modern financial system, to produce economic goods is also to generate social relationships. Thus, quote, the economic communication and collaboration that money makes possible is part of the reality of social conditions, unquote. In describing the social implications of finance, Wariboko borrows from the theological work of Paul Tillich, arguing that money is a form of social demonry. The demonic here does not denote forces at work in a mythological sense. The demonic is an ambiguous force participating in the divine in a distorting manner. As Wariboko writes, quote, "The demonic analysis is to reveal the areas of human interaction that have moved too far from the ground of being and have become sources of injustice," unquote. In this sense, money is never morally neutral, and monetary policy always carries the potential to create or destroy. For example, governments make economic decisions that produce both positive and negative outcomes for its citizens. The impact of these decisions upon an individual and their community is often predicated upon factors such as social indicators like class, race, gender, and immigration status. These outcomes are where Wariboko sources many of the ambiguities he associates with monetary relations. Here he demonstrates that monetary policy can both uplift and harm the underprivileged. As such, the circulation of money always runs the risk of estrangement. This occurs when policies undercut the well-being of the underserved rather than, quote, working toward their self-fulfillment, unquote. Emily Towns also orients her work in response to destructive discourses. Her theological project is situated around her conviction that history and memory are ideologically constructed to some degree. She argues that the manipulation of history has resulted in the commodification of human lives and human cultures for economic consumption through the concept she refers to as hegemonic fantasy. Towns insists that to understand structural evil is to recognize that the story can be told in another way. She depicts history and memory as tools to be harnessed against the social, political, and economic forces perpetuating injustice. Used in this manner, these tools help us, quote, correct dominant sociocultural and theological portrayals, unquote, all of which constitute the constructions of evil she seeks to undermine. For Towns, the most powerful members of society create culturally embedded narratives through a collective imagining that serve to justify disparities in outcome and opportunity. Subjugation, then, occurs through the dissemination of stereotypes that craft essentialized categories of otherness, which are then juxtaposed beside normative ideas of what it means to be a good citizen within a social order. In reading the work of Degude, Wariboko, and Towns together, we can identify the profound degree to which discursive practices and normative commitments impact socioeconomic outcomes. The world of finance is not untouched by the ambiguities of human life, nor is economic discourse immune from the many social categories that color our interactions. Thus, finance reflects the values, normative attitudes, and cultural discourses prevalent within a particular sociological and historical context. And now I move on to describe the situation in rural Appalachia. According to author Alan Buttu, Appalachia is a contemporary invention created to serve the interests of outside investors who wanted to induce regional dependence, regional and economic dependence. In the present day, life and culture in Appalachia is crudely commodified, marketed, and consumed, all at the expense of the rural folks who constitute an objectified pocket of American life. Rural stereotypes and media tropes have been, as Emily Towns might describe it, shaped into truth in memory and history. In fact, common representations of Appalachia that depict indolence, ignorance, and inexorable moral decay are sourced in an understanding of rural identity that maintains near ontological significance in the public eye, wherein rural characteristics are regarded as all-defining, immutable features of Appalachian personhood. In fact, according to the Celtic thesis, the cultural peculiarities specific to Appalachia have a genetic explanation. This thesis suggests that the presumed distinctiveness of Appalachian culture can best be understood as a byproduct of ethnic homogeneity, where genetic deficiencies become a cultural birthright through geographic isolation and interbreeding. Appalachian caricatures inspired by this thesis are already made for mass consumption and have been for some time. Popular films like the action movie Deliverance and the indie horror film Wrong Turn are just two examples of the repulsion and disdain that Appalachian communities are subjected to by external observers. These films characterize Appalachians as savage, predatory, and hypersexualized animals whose barbarism is only rivaled by their stupidity. Kai Erikson refers to this trope as the unkempt hillbilly. With these stereotypes in mind, we must also consider what Appalachian otherness has to say about larger categorical concerns within the American context. The image of Appalachia that is embedded within the national consciousness The paradigmatic, overall clad mountaineer is one who is invariably white, uneducated, and violent. This image not only legitimizes class distinctions, it also affirms intra-group hierarchical differences within white populations. Thus, it is both a classist and racializing logic that somewhat paradoxically neglects to explicitly acknowledge racial difference at all. The differences that are expressed reinforce the perceived immutability of Appalachian identity. So by this view, a Black or gay Appalachian is an impossibility, even though they do exist. So additionally, the highlighted differences aim to elicit moral judgments. Exaggerated traits like missing teeth, ragged apparel, dirty faces, and expressions of masculinity or femininity that disobey typical gender norms come to constitute a solidified image of Appalachia as not only demonstrably other, but degenerative, which is the other antithesis of ideas associated with American exceptionalism. These depictions should come as a little surprise given that Appalachia has long been regarded as America's sacrificial zone. Appalachian men charged with the dangerous job of harvesting coal from morning to night were the first to find themselves on the altar of resource extraction. Workplace accidents were the norm, and many perished extracting wealth they would never enjoy. However, as technology advanced, the land, water, and wildlife were similarly commodified, just as its people were. The otherness displayed in contemporary American media is inextricably connected to the rise of resource extraction in Appalachia. Prior to this historical point, mountain and lowland communities were not classified using the derogatory distinctions common today. Differences did exist, but those rarely maintained political significance, as poor people in Appalachia experienced similar treatment as their poor counterparts in other regions. This changed once mineral resources became a lucrative source of wealth. Contrary to popular thought, the early Appalachian economic landscape pre-industrialization was a far cry from the perceived poverty trap that exists today. The hypothesized cultural and geographic insularity many outside observers now point to as the source of modern rural poverty did not beckon the inescapable shadow of economic stagnation in antebellum Appalachia that it is now rumored to. Once the category of Appalachian was firmly established in the national mind, it was routinely weaponized to combat labor uprisings and squash demands for economic justice. In many instances throughout the early 20th century, derogatory stereotypes were deployed as a means of denying rural people the right to self-identify in ways that might have promoted the multiracial working class solidarity required to resist abuse. From the early to mid-20th century, a diverse coalition of Appalachian workers regularly gathered to protest unfair working conditions. To identify themselves, demonstrators frequently wore red bandanas around their neck, leading to the development of terms like redneck. In the 1930s, a series of violent demonstrations and strikes in Harlan, Kentucky garnered national attention. These resistance movements were a direct response to the vicissitudes inflicted upon workers by predatory corporations. The issues motivating the movement included low pay, dangerous working conditions, and violent union busting tactics. In response, outsiders worked to strip rural miners of their working class unity, and in publications and speeches broadcast across the country, reduced the laborers to unskilled, incompetent hillbillies. As one observer noted, quote, "Whether they escape into the scrubby back districts or whether they remain miners, the mountain character of this unadapted people is the most important thing about them. The mountaineer is a salty individual, prejudiced, ignorant, and usually owning a personal charm matched only by his irresponsibility," unquote. Since then, the increasingly popular trope of the indolent hillbilly has continued to embed itself within the American imagination, creating the very reality it aimed to describe. Historically and currently, Appalachian children have often been depicted as lazy and uneducated. Malnutrition, severe anemia, and parasitic infections, each exacerbated by economic inequality, have long characterized the health in Appalachia. Hookworm infections, which were especially prevalent in households without access to indoor plumbing, induce lethargy, stunt growth, and cause cognitive developmental delays in children. As material conditions imposed by poverty legitimized the stereotypes that assisted in sinking the region into economic stagnation to begin with. These images were eventually harnessed by Johnson-era reformers in the 60s, seeking to justify the expansion of the president's war on poverty. Like those looking to disparage the region, these activists relied on exaggerated representations of rural poverty, revealing only that evidence which could justify the need for large-scale government intervention. Here, and this is an important point, non-white erasure, so right, the presentation of Appalachia as a sort of homogeneous and white population, served as a strategic measure enacted to garner support from white Americans who viewed welfare expansion as a policy that would primarily benefit urban Black communities. Welfare has since become a staple of rural life, where mountain inhabitants are denigrated on the basis of what they take rather than anything they give. The prevalence of welfare programs in the region now deflects blame away from the market and places it squarely on the shoulders of rural communities. Many state governments have even tasked themselves with preventing welfare dependency by implementing harsh stipulations on recipients. In some areas, this includes mandatory drug screening, work requirements, and constraints on how long an individual is permitted to receive assistance. And these are all backed by the stereotypes that emerge to basically validate that this kind of poverty even exists in the first place. So looking forward, in attending to the Appalachian predicament, it is important that the ambiguous economic forces and prevailing social fantasies targeting Appalachia are both challenged and juxtaposed alongside our notions of what working class solidarity can mean nationally, as well as in the case of Appalachia. Unless policymakers critically examine the financial system, realistically considering the historical contingencies that shape not only the economic situation in Appalachia, but the poverty that is spilling over into much of American life, every solution proposed will merely serve as a Band-Aid. Contemplating the social and economic degradation of regions like Appalachia without addressing the discursive underpinnings of poverty more generally conceals the need for a repoliticized understanding of the financial system. As previously outlined, these frameworks do so by relying upon economic metrics that ignore the discursive foundations of money. When this occurs, structural causation is never properly considered, and the poorest in society are delivered to the doorstep of a supposedly natural market like lambs being led to slaughter. Additionally, and pretty significantly in the case of Appalachia, addressing poverty, especially in America, involves changing, and in the case of Appalachia, involves changing the way privilege and power are discussed. And here, I do not mean to imply that our collective discourse surrounding justice should refrain from engaging in conversations about social privileges. What I'm suggesting is that additional nuance is required if the wider public is to ever truly understand how, one, the rural stereotypes that flood the American imagination, the majority of which are similarly applied to poor non-white communities as well, harm the individuals living in these regions, and two, the way that neoliberal discourses more generally emphasize aspects of life at the expense of implementing policies that decrease the growing wealth gap. I contend that stressing the significance of class and the socially constructed dimensions of economic identity will have to include admitting that rural Appalachia is, in fact, a marginalized cross-section of the American public who may not wield as much economic or social capital as many might presume on the basis of the stereotypes surrounding Appalachian whiteness and Appalachian sort of backwardness. Moreover, this move would reveal the problematic and anti-humanistic exclusions that appear when derogatory social imaginations are allowed to determine economic realities. So, in conclusion, rural Appalachia, money, identity, and the social relationships that lie buried beneath both preserve socioeconomic inequalities hiding in plain sight, causing policymakers to drift further and further away from cultivating viable responses that effectively combat economic distress. Here, it is necessary to recognize that when the authority of the financial system goes more or less unchallenged, misleading truths about rural poverty are circulated and solidified into the national consciousness. Currently, the very theories employed to explain the economic pitfalls of Appalachia reinforce the circumstances they originally aimed to ameliorate. Unless policymakers evaluate the financial system, paying ample regard to the historical contingencies that shaped the Appalachian economy, as well as the underlying moral attitudes that continue to motivate external responses, the open wound of rural poverty will continue bleeding indefinitely. Thank you.
Thank you very, very, very much, Taylor. This is a fantastic, eye-opening presentation on the birth of stereotypes and strategic deployment of those stereotypes for resources exploitation. This is fascinating. I'm very proud that you're from BU, so that's an additional element. The last speaker we have is Nick Rodriguez, and his topic is again another important topical issue, which is COVID-19. So Nick, you have the floor.
Yes, hi. Before I start, I just want to thank you again for the opportunity to speak in this conference. I will be presenting my paper, Basic Income as a Means to Achieving Communal Excellence, Yang, Continental Thought, and Wariboko. So I'll just jump right in. In his initial analysis of events, Slavoj Žižek defined an event as something shocking, out of joint, that appears to happen all of a sudden and interrupts the usual flow of things, something that emerges seemingly out of nowhere. The COVID-19 pandemic is precisely this. With over 50 million confirmed infections and over 1 million deaths worldwide, the coronavirus pandemic is an event that reveals a lot about government, society, and the economy. In the United States, the outbreak has precisely revealed economic disparities and inequalities. But will the eventual nature of the pandemic bring about change? The editors of The Economist, in their article Throughout History of Pandemics Have Had Profound Economic Effects, believe so. Quote, in the battle against COVID-19, countries' fates are in their own hands to a far greater degree than in the pre-industrial past. Governments know much more about how epidemics can be managed. Different experiences with the disease are as much an indicator of underlying state capacity as a cause of future economic divergence. And history reveals how pandemics nudged societies listening in one direction or another in a decisive and consequential direction. End quote. Thus, we have to consider what the pandemic has revealed about our modern American society and look towards how our economy must change. Thesis is the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed massive economic disparities that indicate the United States should create a form of universal basic income as a means to protecting American opportunity and the fundamental human rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The coronavirus has revealed massive inequalities throughout American society. As Aaron Van Dam, Rebecca E. Cooney, and Miriam El-Sabin point out in an article for the medical journal The Lancet titled COVID-19 Exacerbating Inequalities in the U.S., the coronavirus is disproportionately affecting minority populations due to their economic statuses. Quote, confirming existing disparities within New York City and other urban centers, African American and other communities of color have been especially affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. Across the country, deaths due to COVID-19 are disproportionately high among African Americans compared with the population overall, end quote. Among reasons cited were the status of many minorities as low-paid essential workers who work in grocery, retail, public transportation, medical support, or custodial work, and their unequal access to healthcare. But it is not simply the immediate effects of inequality on public health that the pandemic has revealed. There is also inequality among mobility within the economy, and the pandemic has exacerbated this inequality. As Ramona Edelin in her article The Washington Post notes, the pandemic has exposed inequalities as education has moved online, exposing usually lower paid adults to greater risk, lack of access to childcare and quality early learning, food insecurity, and a digital divide that prevents online learning during the crisis. Only some people can work towards education and other personal goals and dreams during this pandemic. But the same disparity between classes within American society has always existed. As former presidential candidate Andrew Yang pointed out in his book, The War on Normal People, entrepreneurship is a pursuit only available to the privileged. Quote, America was once the place where starting a business was commonplace and people were optimistic about their futures. Unfortunately, this has stopped being the case for the vast majority of Americans. I've met and worked with hundreds of young people around the country who aspire to be entrepreneurs. Many aren't from privileged backgrounds and feel that there's an overlap between starting a company and one's personal and family resources. They believe that privilege and entrepreneurship go hand in hand, and that entrepreneurship isn't meant for someone like them, because of their background, class, gender, race, education, and geography. Unfortunately, for the most part, they're right. End quote. Further, as Yang points out, success in entrepreneurship favors the wealthy. Both Edeline and Yang indicate that not only is there inequality in the present moment, but it is appropriated into the future. Both the present and future reveal split within American society. In the introduction to his book, The Split Economy, St. Paul Goes to Wall Street, Nimi Wariboko points out that the United States is a split society where its single garment of destiny hangs over several gaps: racism, rising income inequalities, gender pay differentials, sexism, and so on. In the midst of the coronavirus, Robert Reich concurs. In an article for The Guardian, he revealed that 4 different classes of people have emerged in the pandemic: the remotes, the essentials, the unpaid, and the forgotten. The remotes are people who have been relatively stable financially in the midst of the pandemic. Their work is technical and they can work remotely. The essentials are those who work on the front lines in essential jobs. Many of them, quote, lack adequate protective gear, paid sick leave, health insurance, and childcare, which is especially important now that schools are shuttered. The unpaid are a quarter of the United States population and are made up of those who have lost jobs, pay, and health insurance, and the forgotten are, quote, everyone for whom social distancing is nearly impossible because they're packed into tight places most Americans don't see: prisons, jails for undocumented immigrants, camps for migrant farm workers, Native American reservations, homeless shelters, and nursing homes, end quote. A major source of these inequalities come out of an idolatrous expression of individualism and a mistaken view on potentiality. In his book, The American Paradox, social psychologist David Myers points out that there is a massive contradiction, a paradox, between American economic prosperity in our contemporary times and massive social and public health problems, such as the ones highlighted by the coronavirus. One major cause of these problems is radical individualism, which in Myers' analysis has only limited benefits. Quote, do your own thing, seek your own bliss, protect your privacy, cut taxes and raise executive pay. Personal income takes priority over the common good. Be self-sufficient. Such sentiments define the heart of economic and social individualism, which finds its peak expression in modern America. The celebration and defense of personal liberty lies at the heart of the old American dream. It drives a free market economy and underlies a respect for the rights of all. In democratic countries that guarantee what Americans consider basic freedoms, people live more happily than those that don't. Migration patterns testify to this reality. Yet for today's radical individualism, we pay a price, a social recession that imperils children, corrodes civility, and diminishes happiness. When individualism is taken to an extreme, individuals become its ironic casualties. End quote. Individualism is useful when it asserts human rights. In America, these are the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which are being destroyed by the very ideology that asserts to protect them. One of the major problems with radical individualism in America is the decline of the commons, where common potential and benefits are forfeited for individual gains. This is because communal potentiality depends on the maintenance of personal impotentiality, as Wariboko puts it. What is happening in late capitalism is that the impotentiality human beings had is being treated as already lost. What is lost is something beyond the mere easygoing obedience to the demands of the market. What is lost is resistance, the exercise of spirited, responsible freedom that imaginatively, effectively opposes obedience to subjugation to capital. This is not a mere reframing of freedoms or action, but the destruction of freedom, the disappearance of the potentiality to not do or not be as a support of every potentiality to do, end quote. Just as individualism necessitates a counterforce of communality in order to survive, potentiality necessitates impotentiality to exist. The choice to not participate in the structures that perpetuate inequality is a higher form of power than the power one can maintain if they succeed within these structures. In the principle of excellence, Nimi Wariboko expands his conception of potentiality through the idea of excellence, which is the internal outward-reaching potential towards infinity. As he notes, this definition implies that, quote, excellence once manifested is a lie, end quote, as infinity can never be fully attained by finite human beings. Nonetheless, excellence as a symbol raises up humanity and unlocks novel potentials. For Wariboko, the Tilikian symbol of the new being is an eventual expression of excellence, as, quote, new being is a not nomenclature for what happened and will continue to happen to humans universally, end quote. To Wariboko, the religious symbol of Jesus Christ symbolizes human potential through the courageous outpouring of himself in the moment for a future potentiality, quote. This understanding of our humanity provides a decisive perspective for the construction of the excellent self. If one takes seriously the paradigmatic significance of the appearance of the new being in history, then their interpretations of excellence, the excellent self, and how people should live together in society change. Under the illumination of the new being, we gain a vision of human existence that is oriented to excellence, the processes of humanization, authentic human fulfillment, a mode of being. This orientation to life aims to draw us and move us towards fullness of being while simultaneously resisting the absolutization of any order and encouraging the relativization of the best of current accomplishments. Excellence, in a certain sense, is the commitment to being resistance. Jesus, as the new being, captures the basic idea that one gives up who one is today for what one may become tomorrow, end quote. This ties to Wariboko's analysis of the abolishment of the future and the reaffirmation of one's impotentiality. One must always maintain the veil over their future and accept the possibilities behind that veil in an internal acceptance of finitude and limitation. The tension between affirming individual impotentiality is that there is an inherent limit to it. No human being is capable of doing everything. Thus, to limit one's own potentiality in terms of what economic wealth and power can achieve is to raise up the potentiality of others through the redistribution of this wealth. This is the only true way of achieving any form of excellence in the sense of grasping at universality or infinity. This is why Alain Badiou, in St. Paul, the Foundation of Universalism, concludes that the universal subject experiences multiplicity, quote, not as a part, but as an excess of itself. The multiplicity that, if exceeding itself, upholds universality, end quote. The paradox revealed by radical individualism goes both ways. If one attempts to grasp at universality alone, as an individual, they fail to. For French philosopher Jacques Rancière, speech designates those who have special universal rights as those who can speak are capable of discourse above other animals who can only make noise. This is because those who can speak, even if they are not of the elite social classes, can raise up their concerns and disagreements with those in power. This creates a universal space of discourse. But rights extend past speech, and sometimes the ability to speak is really the ability to pay. As Robert Reich notes in The Guardian, the essentials, the unpaid, and the forgotten, quote, aren't getting what they need to survive this crisis because they don't have lobbyists and political action committees to do their bidding in Washington, end quote. Yet those who cannot speak for themselves still have the experience of the pursuit of excellence, and this pursuit is the shared commonality of all human beings. The possibility and pursuit of excellence is what defines the universal human rights of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, which is the ability to reach the limits of one's potential. Martin Luther King Jr.'s conception of sin and segregation was deeply influenced by Protestant theologian Paul Tillich's symbol of sin as separation. In the letter from Birmingham jail, Martin Luther King Jr. defined segregation as an embodiment of sin. For Paul Tillich, sin is tied to estrangement or the separation of one's finite self to infinite essence. And when it is conceived through the existential anxiety of guilt, it is described this way, quote, man's being, ontic as well as spiritual, is not only given to him, but also demanded of him. He is responsible for it. Literally, he is required to answer if he is asked what he has made of himself. This situation produces the anxiety of guilt. Man is essentially finite freedom. Freedom not in the sense of indeterminacy, but in the sense of being able to determine himself through the decisions in the center of his being. And every act of moral self-affirmation, man contributes to the fulfillment of his destiny, to the actualization of what he potentially is, end quote. The failure to self-actualize future potentials is sin. This concept can be flipped, as King had done. The limiting of potentials is an expression of sin, and the limiting of another human being's potentials is an embodied expression of sin. Individual maximal potentialities and impossibility and mobility within the American economy is almost completely linked to socioeconomic status. Thus, the conception of pulling oneself up by one's own bootstrap is an American failed myth, and it is mutually exclusive to a better symbol. The symbol of America is a land of opportunity, which is the hope towards a better future that all Americans have put faith into. Radical individualism stifles this American opportunity. It is actually a self-limiting of oneself in material gains, wealth, and power at a certain point that creates more American opportunity through the acceptance of impotentiality and finitude.
You got 3 minutes.
Okay, I can do this. In line with the contradictions and paradoxes of individualism and potentiality, Badiou points out that, quote, the Pauline break does not base itself upon the production of universal. The irony is that the Pauline break does produce a universality. Universality is reached as an end when universality is not seen as an end, as universality is always found through other ends. There is an inherent self-limiting and acceptance of finitude inherent in the grasping at universality in the infinite, which is why the eventual nature of the resurrection, according to the subject Paul, leads to the rationality to love oneself despite oneself being finite and estranged. In Tillich, this is akin to the courage to be found in the God above God, which is the God who is found when God as a finite object dies. In Zizek, this is what he means when he says, we are one with God only when God is no longer one with himself, but abandons himself and internalizes the radical distance which unites us with him. It is the limiting, the obstacles, and the reduction of potential, the impotentiality that provides potential and satisfaction. There is a greater share of communal potentiality created through the realization of individual impotentiality. Human individuals can only go so far, innovate so much, live into so much joy, and create so much before they hit their finite limits. The limits on human potentiality in terms of happiness and joy and creative power can be exceeded by the limits of how much wealth one can obtain. As the psychologist David Meyer notes, quote, within any country such as your own, are rich people happier? In poorer countries, being relatively well-off does make for a somewhat greater well-being. We humans need food, rest, warmth, and social contact. But within affluent countries, where nearly anyone can afford life necessities, increasing affluence matters surprisingly little. Happiness is lower among the very poor, but once comfortable, the more money provides diminishing returns. The second 50,000 is never as good as the first. While 50,000 to a wealthy individual has little to no value, it has massive value and potential for someone who is not wealthy. If a hard limit on what material wealth and power can do for an individual's potentiality exists, then once one reaches this limit, the only way to create further potentiality is through the movement of material wealth to other individuals who have not reached this hard limit. Such untapped potentialities exist all over the United States in communities that are disadvantaged economically. Accordingly, wealth should be redistributed through higher taxes in a form of universal basic income. And now I'm getting to my conclusion. Universal basic income will reduce the sin of limiting potentialities that the current inequalities in America create. It would allow greater mobility for students and entrepreneurs. The risk to create small businesses or work in the arts and nonprofits that do not have the most financial power is easier when individuals have diminished risk to go into these professional spaces. Furthermore, students would be able to afford school and obtain an education that allows professional mobility. Now, one might argue that universal basic income would stifle people's desires to work, but this is not the case. As Andrew Yang points out, this argument is based on two contradictory beliefs within American capitalism. First, that work is vital in the core of human experience. And second, that no one will want to work if they don't have to. These two ideas are at complete odds with each other. Studies on trial runs of universal basic income in different communities have shown minimal effect on work, except for, quote, mothers and teenagers, with the latter spending more time in school, end quote. What universal basic income does, if anything, is it protects the individual rights to excellence. Thus, the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed deep and problematic inequalities in the United States that reflect a split economy exacerbated radical individualism, which increases sin and estrangement. The solution to this for our contemporary culture is to let go of the failed American myth of the individual who can pull oneself up by one's bootstrap for the better American symbol of the United States as a land of opportunity. Excellence is the lived expression of potentiality towards the infinite, and it is achieved through creative pursuits and an honest acceptance of impotentiality. In this acceptance of impotentiality, one has the power to raise up the potentialities of others and grasp at the infinite. A practical economic expression of this would be universal basic income.
Well, you did it. You did it, Nick. Thank you. Well done. Well done. Well, thank you very, very much. I think that we have, about 10 minutes for the Q&A section. I'm just going to make one point since I know we don't have a whole lot of time. And that's on the paper, the first paper by Tony, where text, Tony, are you there? Are you there, Tony? Okay, well, it doesn't matter, but if he's gone. But I think that was a very important beginning of the conversation.
You can see him, he's there.
I can't see him. Okay.
He's on this.
The issue of text, I think, is very, very central to, academia, but particularly in African studies, right? So we have been taught that most of Africa only have oral traditions. And many of us have bought into that and have produced books across disciplines with the understanding that literacy is literacy in European languages and the Roman script. I think that's the fundamental hurdle that has limited the knowledge, the accuracy of the knowledge that we're producing about Africa. Yet, before the colonial encounter, over 1,000 years, Africans have been reading and writing in their own script, sometimes with the Arabic script, modified Arabic script, but also with Ge'ez, or the indigenous scripts, with Bamung script. And there are even now other scripts that are not known outside of Africa that continue to be used, including Nunko and others. So I think the resistance that Tony is talking about should begin with redefining what is literacy. Is literacy only the colonial definition of literacy that we have had? And that is operationalized across academia. Literacy in French, literacy in English, literacy in these European languages on the Roman script. I think that's really where the problem, the first hurdle that we need to address as scholars across disciplines need to begin. Anyway, I'm very impressed by the quality of the presentations, and we only have a few more minutes, 7 more minutes. I'm just going to open the floor.
Thank you, because I just was able to unmute just now. So I just want to thank you for saying those nice things. Okay, I couldn't unmute for some reason.
Okay.
Thank
you. Do you have any comments on my points? Okay, you'll mute again. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, here we go. No, I think that you had some good points there. The idea of what is literacy, right? And I think also just identifying what is text, and how text really does have a kind of universality that needs to be confronted and upfront in a very beautiful and mindful way on a daily basis. And I think that again, that the Black lived experience is a very redemptive and generative site for that. Through its lived experience and also its triumph, and so I think it's a beautiful way to kind of look at text as a way to procure justice and to procure liberation, not just for Black people but for all peoples. It's very important.
Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. So how do you forgive the loans without consolidating existing social and racial structures in the country? So because it's one thing to do the analysis of the loans, but we want to know the social classes of those who are in debt and the extent to which a just policy, right, will not use issues of debt forgiveness or debt renegotiation to do the very precise things in terms of structures of society.
That question is for Gerald, I assume. Yep.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, Professor, that to attempt to answer your query, it's an excellent question. It's a loaded question, and I'm not going to be able to answer it fully, but let me try in about 30 seconds. You are correct. A policy is only going to be able to do so much in terms of relieving debt, whether it be loan forgiveness or even lowering interest rates. It's going to require not only policy changes and adjustments, it's going to require a great deal of education on behalf of both the academic higher institutions as well as the students taking initiative to really examine what it is they're getting into. So there's an education and a knowledge transfer component of it. There has to be a policy, I think, and a federal legislative component of it. And I also think that there has to be some sort of, for lack of a better word, leverage in place so that you can sustain it. And it's going to take all of those elements working in concert with one another in order to really, I think, move the needle on this. But it's an excellent question, sir. I hope I provided somewhat of an answer to your question. I'd love to answer it more deeply.
Let me build on that because there's one question related to that issue. And first, I just wanted to say that I appreciate your acknowledgement of your mother. We share that feature. And that's the fundamental African feature that I appreciate. So there's a question here that says economics is, that's beautiful quote, right? Is elegant when it is acting fairly. And the question is, can economics be fair in any sense when there is money to be made and an army of gullible consumers?
Again, another excellent question. I'm so glad that a much learned scholar is also present, Professor Nimi Wariboko, since it was his quote. I'm quite sure he will have something to say about that as well. But let me try again in 20 to 30 seconds, extend my earlier comment on that. First of all, when my impression, when Nimi said that, I kind of scratched my head and said, wow, I never thought about it from that perspective. And I apologize, Professor, if I'm not going to do justice to your quote. I think what he was also inferring to was the fact that when you talk about an economy being just and fair, it also assumes that some other things are going to take place. For example, fairness and equity, we know from an ethical perspective, exist and can coexist if people are willing to be vulnerable. And that's a tough one because the reality is most people lie when it comes to financial transactions. The banks either are going to continue to exploit you because they know the students are not as knowledgeable as they are. Unless you've worked on Wall Street like Nimi and I have, you don't know how those rates are set. You don't know how the banks are really massaging and coming up with an interest rate. All you know is you signed something and wow, I think it's fair because the banker told me it was fair. Really? Point number two, I think when you talk about something that's fair and just, fairness and just is like love. We know that we want agape love in all its form, unconditional love, but we oftentimes get philos and eros love, the conditional love. It's the same thing with a loan. I hope they're being fair with me and just. So the loan and what you're going to repay back is always in the eye of the beholder. Point number two. Lastly, I would say, you need some faith. You hope the Spirit moves with you and the Spirit is moving in the bankers as well. And that's a soft one, but you hope it does. So I put the faith in the Spirit that hopefully people will do the right thing, because at the end of the day, the goal is to get into the kingdom. And you don't get into the kingdom when you sow bad seeds.
Thank you very, very much. I know we're running out of time here, but I have to ask this question to Taylor. Your presentation was fascinating, and the construction of the stereotypes for Appalachians are exactly the same for Africans. So has any comparative work been done in that area?
A little bit. There's a colonization theory that applies to Appalachia, that some people have tried to apply there, in the sense that, right, like the resource-based economy is then like used to exploit, and the stereotypes emerge from that. It's like kind of controversial though, because of like the racial homogeneity I've talked about, and because it's in America. So in some ways, like Appalachians are exploited sort of on that basis, that they're like this internal colonized land, but then Appalachian people still benefit from being in America. So in that sense, it's a little different, but there's been some work done on that, particularly like along the lines of resource-based economies specifically.
This is fascinating. Well, thank you very, very much, and for the wonderful presentations. I wish we had more time to go through some of the issues, including Nick's papers and all the fascinating presentations. I know the next one is at 4 p.m. and we have about 8 minutes. So thank you all for coming, and thanks to the audience for being here. And thank you again, and see you at 4. Thank you very much.
3 o'clock, not 4.
or 4 my time. My time, Eastern time. Okay, 3 o'clock,
3
3
p.m.
o'clock Central time. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Okay, bye-bye.
Please play music. Thank you. Thank you. For those of you who have joined us and who have been attending our conferences, you know we keep to time so religiously. This is how we have been doing for over 20 years. And we cannot but also thank you for also keeping to time. The chair for this panel does not need an introduction. Andrew Barnes is one of those who have made the most profound contributions to our understanding of Christianity in Africa. I once published his book on Christianity in Northern Nigeria, where he turns the arguments upside down. And he also did a book on Tuskegee and others, and published a book with Belon University Press. So it's been for 3 decades now contributing to this topic. So we are blessed that he's leading this panel. So I can see 4 people who are here. There's supposed to be 7, but we have 4. Oh, we have 5 now. And we have an outstanding paper, if there is time, an outstanding paper that we couldn't present because the system was not working, that we can quickly smuggle in. If there's no time, we will just limit ourselves to the 5 presenters. Andrew, please, my job is done.
Thank you very much, Professor Falola. I hope I do justice to your compliments there. The way I would like to start this is to take some type of census of exactly how many of our presenters are here. We have potentially 8 presenters here. And with that many presenters, that creates a situation where we've got to be very, very cautious of time. Obviously, if we only have 5, we have a little bit more space for people to present. So I'm just going to go through the list of the 8 presenters as opposed to the 7 that are on the program. I'm going to go through the 8 presenters that are at this point scheduled to present as part of this session. Professor Olali, David Olali, you're here. Professor Divaka. Let me try this. Premawandwana.
Yep, that's me. Hi, Andrew.
Hi. Professor Segun Ogumbimi. Okay. Okay.
Sir, he is here. He just arrived.
Okay. Let's see. Professor Scott Paith.
I'm here.
You're here. Professor Anna Droll.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Andrew Court.
Hey, Andrew. This is Andrew.
How you doing? Professor Erica Ramirez. Oh, you're here right there.
Please, put her on the panel. Anna.
Yes, I'm sorry. I'm about to do that right now. I was looking for her.
So this panel is full.
Yes. And then Professor George Kotea Nkwaye.
No, it was the one that could not present because the system was not working. So we may have to skip him.
Okay.
Because we already have all the panelists are here, 7.
Okay. Okay. So folks, we've got as you can see, we have a full slate of presenters. And because of that, I'm going to change a little bit what we're going to do. Instead of waiting to the end to sort of ask questions, I'm going to ask basically each of our presenters to take at most 15 minutes to present their ideas, so that we have 5 minutes, ideally at the end of your presentation, to entertain questions on your presentation. And hopefully we can get this all in before over the next 110 to 115 minutes. Okay. All right. So Professor Olali, please start, sir.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Can you tag Erica?
Can you hear me?
A little louder.
Good. Good. Thank you very much to the organizers of this conference, Professor Falala, Professor Wariboko. Thank you for having me here. The topic I am speaking from today, it should be anti-Pentecost and anti-gospel prosperity theologies in post-colonial Africa. But using Nigeria as a main backdrop to speak about experiences of Christianity relative to the liberation theology. And interestingly, as a backdrop, the world has experienced or seen the NSAS protest movement in Nigeria in the past weeks. And ironically, my paper is to, in a nutshell, argue that the church in Nigeria is antithetical to protest. The church is, I see the church as an extension of the muscle of the state to continue to prevent voices from articulating what I call differences. Well, I'm just going to read what I have here. So this paper makes just one argument, that there is a strong and powerful anti-gospel sentiment in post-colonial African Christianity. The position that contemporary Christianity in post-colonial Africa, citing Nigeria's growing prosperity theology behemoth as a major wedge between the liberative paradigms which Jesus Christ, through his earthly ministry and manifestations, represents, and the psychosocial realizations of just and equitable society. Post-colonial Christianity in sub-Saharan Africa supplants colonial hegemony with a more sinistrous, yet subtle, otherworldly theology, obfuscating in the process critical and important aspects of the personage and identity of the historical Jesus. First, as a religious renegade, and more importantly, as representative iconoclasm and anti-establishment liberator. In this regard, the date of Pentecost becomes less important than the events that were recorded in it. Followers of Jesus, literally, sensing danger from the political and religious establishment of the time, had found refuge in the upper room. The upper room, representative right now as symbolic of a hiding place. In their hiding, various forms of fellowship had taken place. The author of the book of Acts records how there was a strange happening. In these happenings, there were, quote, cloven tongues of fire. These tongues of fire came and rested on each member of the team. The next event we're told by Luke was, of course, a rumble. Everyone in the room began to speak in different foreign tongues. One observation to make here concerns the co-option of this Pentecost event in nearly all Pentecostal groups as indicative of the power of God, the supernatural, to be evidence that Jesus Christ has fulfilled the promise which he made to his disciples in the book of John. Quote, I will send you the Comforter. The discovery of the scriptural fitness of this event emerges as an uncritical application of written texts to, quote, do what we want scripture to do for us, close quote. Now here, I'm arguing using the work of Vincent Wimbush, who has written much about scriptures and scriptural ethics. That is what societies, what religious communities make religious texts do for them, how they read it, how they interpret it, to make it achieve political, economic, and social ends. One observation to make here, excuse me, I read that. Okay, among the major proponents of the prosperity theology in Africa, it has been interesting to continually observe the claim that Pentecost power serves as basis for the deliverance of the individual from Satan and other forms of spiritual enemies. Unfortunately, this has not been the reality, as more often than not, this co-option serves only the interest of the founders and main establishments within the prosperity gospel field. All right. Well, let me just put a conclusion forward, and I'm going to wait until we open this up for questioning. There's this video that I saw of Professor Wariboko, who was engaged by one of the Nigerian newspapers. And in that video, I was both shocked that at the responses of Professor Wariboko. The questioner in the video had asked him what was going on within the prosperity gospel field in the church, relations to the Nigerian church. In particular, the acquisition of material wealth by the major players of the Christianity in Nigeria. And Professor Wariboko provided a landscape of very critical responses that I found very troubling on more than one layers. On the one hand, as a pastor, an individual professor who was trained in these Christian formations, I wasn't expecting that he would provide responses that would not overly be in defense of the practices that were, in vogue. On the other hand, as a scholar of religion and theology that the Professor Wariboko is, I was worried where his own morality lied. Hence, the topic I proposed for this conference: anti-Pentecost, anti-gospel, prosperity theologies. Professor Wariboko was proposing in his gospel, in his presentation and response, that the Christianity in Nigeria, a major player at that, has not fulfilled the role of liberating the people they were supposed to liberate. On the contrary, that the massive level of accountability within the establishment of prosperity theology, gospel theologies in Nigeria continues to be a call for moral questioning and reflection. That's the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was wonderfully succinct and very, very helpful in understanding your topic there. We've got time for about 5 minutes. So who would like to offer a question here? I'm not clear about how do I find out who's asking a question. All right, so please either speak or send it via chat if you have a question. And
so let me come in. So can we not argue that in some ways they are better than the politicians? So I've been to Canaan land and some of their campuses. These are better managed than the secular states. They provide electricity, they provide roads, the buildings are well maintained. But the state with more resources is unable to do those. Second, as I visited Odia Ofemi one time and I said, can't we speak to some of these leaders and begin to convince them that they can become major change agents? Because I marvel at their capacity to mobilize thousands of people. And that capacity, secularists like me and you are not able to do that. Could it be that we come up with the strategies of transforming them and their spaces to elevate millions of people?
May I respond?
Yes. Yes, please respond.
Thank you very much, Professor Falola. Your question is a very, very reasonable one and very timely at that. Like you said, anyone who visits any of these religious establishments you would discover what we experience, some of us experience here in the first world, 24/7 electricity supplies, good, well-tarred roads, and functioning system. Now, once you leave there, in fact, right at their gates, the roads leading to these institutions. One thing you may have observed, if you went, for example, to Otta, the Canaan land, the road that leads right into this Canaan land is horrible. Horrible, deplorable, to use one of the words that's been common in recent years in America. So what's going on? Now, this is what I have experienced. This is what I have found out, which sometimes I shudder at putting some of these things to paper. This is what I found out. So there is a compromise, it seems, almost an unwritten compromise that exists between these systems where things are working, not for the people essentially, but for the capitalist entrepreneurs. So there is what I think Ebenezer Obadari called a Pentecostal republic. So you have a republic, or you have republics within a republic. To the extent that these establishments do not trouble or challenge or participating in challenging the state, the structure of the state, the corruption of the state, to the extent that they are able to maintain this orderliness, this structure, then they may continue to thrive. So any one of them, it seems, that tries to move beyond to create a better system for, that encroaches on the state, I think that becomes the problem. That's what I've seen.
Right. Thank you very much. We have to move on to our next speaker. Again, Professor Pramwan Dwana is associate professor at Emory and Atlanta, and his first book, Faith in Flux, Pentecostalism and Mobility in Rural Mozambique, came out in 2018. He is going to be speaking on the underappreciated continuities of Indigenous and Pentecostal spiritualities. Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Andrew, for the introduction. Am I coming through okay?
Yeah, you're going great.
Excellent. It's a real delight to be here. I've already learned so much, and not surprising given how much I regularly learn from Professor Wariboko, and so an event dedicated to him, extraordinarily stimulating. I want to thank the coordinators, and also to thank Professor Wariboko for his example and his tremendous scholarship, which brings us together. As Andrew mentioned, my name is Devika Premawardena. I'm an anthropologist, and I do field research in Mozambique, which is not Nigeria. So here we have a case a little bit further removed from where I know a lot of the work that we've been discussing is focused. Southeast Africa, and what I want to do in this talk is share a little bit about my research, most of which is there in the book that Andrew mentioned, Faith in Flux. But I also want to tie it into the work of Professor Wariboko to share how it is that my reading of his, particularly the Pentecostal principle, offered what I would consider one of the 2 or 3 interpretive keys for me to make sense of the material that I encountered in the course of my fieldwork. And then I'll conclude this brief presentation by delineating what I'd consider some implications for the study of religion in Africa, Pentecostalism, but perhaps religion more broadly. The research that I conducted in northern Mozambique, the starting point of it is what struck me as a bit of an anomaly, something that I was surprised to see, what I was not prepared by the existing literature on Pentecostalism to see, which is that this is a part of the world where, part of Africa in this case, where Pentecostal churches had arrived, but they had not taken off. There was no explosion of the Pentecostal movement. There was very little sign of it having a great attraction to the local population. This was a case where the ambivalent reception of Pentecostalism was something that required some understanding rather than the eager reception of it. But in this case, it wasn't just that the churches were failing to grow, but that the people, or that people weren't attending, but that people were very interested in partaking and participating, but they, as eagerly as they entered, they also left. There was a circulation, a movement in and out, a fluidity of engagement with the Pentecostal churches that I found to be myself confounding, but I know for sure from my conversations with pastors that it was extremely troubling and confusing to them. That has a lot to do with the way in which we understand the nature of conversion and affiliation in the literature, especially in the anthropological literature that I engage. There's been a lot of mention, a lot of analysis around the theme of rupture, the idea that the idea of a discontinuous relationship with the traditions that precede people's entree into Pentecostalism, this notion of a radical change. This is not terribly dissimilar from where Professor Wariboko gives us, what he gives us is the concept of the Pentecostal principle. We've heard a lot about that already, but to recap, it's this capacity for rebirth, for beginning again, for freeing the future from bondage to the past. And there are a lot of ways in which the Pentecostal ritual and rhetoric of rupture allows for this to sort of manifest this in very, very clear ways. The demand to renounce ancestors, to abandon ritual traditions of healing and of burial, etc. The idea of making a break with the past is very much front and center. But here again, the problem that I faced in my work is that I simply didn't see this happening. It's not, again, that the Makua were uninterested in Pentecostalism, and those who, the Makua speaking people among whom I worked, what I found is that they would oftentimes participate in the church quite actively and quite engagingly in a way that one wouldn't think there's anything ambivalent about their reception, but they were not reluctant to be contained by Pentecostalism. They were not, they were reluctant to, they were not eager to be contained by Pentecostalism, or to be, in a sense, limit their options to only what's there in the Pentecostal church. In the course of my study, as I was able to spend an extended time there, it was possible for me to see how it is that this circulatory pattern, this fluidity, fit with pre-existing patterns, the ways in which the Makua people resisted for long periods of time the efforts of people to capture them, to enslave them, or to sedentarize them, the efforts of colonial and even post-colonial states to fix them in place. There's always been a resistance to that is manifest in this predilection toward movement. And so my study became very much about how central mobility is for the Makua. You see it in their migration histories, in their agricultural practices, in their rites of passage. And so because of these resonances, what became sort of the work of my own research was to attempt to understand the nature of conversion, but not so much a Pentecostal theory of conversion, but an indigenous one. And what I came to conclude is that conversion, like movement for the Makua, is a continual process. It is regular, it is repeatable, it is even reversible. What this attempt to sort of excavate an indigenous theory of conversion entailed was making space for indigenous categories. And so let me give one example of that. Whenever I asked the pastors and talked to them about what they were observing, and I was observing the ways in which people were engaging with the Pentecostal churches, but not in a permanent fashion, they often resorted to the following explanation. The problem, they would say, is that people are too rooted in tradition. Rooted, of course, in this case, mean in the sense of being stuck in tradition. But this was ended up being quite an interesting choice of words, because one thing that I learned very quickly about the Makua is the importance of roots in many ways for their healing traditions, for example, as gifts given to strangers. But what was really intriguing for me when I talked with one of my collaborators about this and try to make sense of this phrase that they're too rooted in tradition, I asked him, is it the case that it's important for people to be rooted in the way that plants and trees are? And he said, yes, it is. And then he pointed to his veins in his arms and he said, see, these are our roots. And I looked at him puzzled because I don't associate roots with veins. And what he ended up saying with this sort of correspondence between veins and roots is that just as roots allow the soil nutrients to circulate through a plant, our veins allow blood to circulate through our body. It's a very interesting correspondence because in one sense, roots and veins are totally different. Roots anchor our bodies or anchor trees to the ground, but veins allow for this type of circulation. And what he said is that my veins, because of the way the vocabulary works, there means the same as the word roots. My veins or my roots make my blood to circulate. And then he said, and that makes me to circulate. In other words, what he is talking about here are roots that actually propel movement. So for the pastor to say that people are not properly converting to the churches because they are too, in his word, rooted in tradition, it was ironically a very correct thing to say. But in this case, it's not that they are rooted in the sense of roots that stabilize people, but roots that, like veins and the blood circulating through veins do, roots that mobilize people. Now, I wanted to try to connect this insight to Pentecostalism, and this is where Professor Wariboko's work became especially helpful for me, to try to understand how Pentecostalism is itself a movement, about change, about rupture, but also to understand that this is not unique to Pentecostalism, that there are precedents for this in the indigenous tradition. And for this, I had to turn from the anthropologists with whom I was mostly engaging to theologians. And it was especially, I would name two, Wolfgang von Dijk and Nimi Wariboko, both as Pentecostal theologians, expressing that there are aspects of Pentecostalism like creativity and freedom and play that are actually human universals, that Pentecostalism offers a particular manifestation, expression of these qualities that are actually human qualities. So Professor Wariboko ties this to the principle of natality in the work of Hannah Arendt, which I think is a very telling connection to make because Hannah Arendt, of course, develops this notion of natality, this idea that Wariboko glosses as Pentecostal principle. She develops this as the same capacity for rebirth, for regeneration, for constant change, but she develops it in a book that's called, importantly, The Human Condition. So here, I'm just going to read a paragraph from the conclusion of my book. Despite recasting natality as the Pentecostal principle, Wariboko much better captures this existential point when he writes, quote, "The Pentecostal principle predates Pentecostalism and is likely to outlive it." The Pentecostal principle predates Pentecostalism and is likely to outlive it. I then go on, "I consider my research as empirical evidence for this critical insight. In northern Mozambique, Pentecostalism does less to introduce natality than to reinforce a pre-existent capacity for it. With its dances and trances, exorcisms and ecstasies, Pentecostalism restages without displacing the fundamental Makua experience of the mobile and mutable self." In the end, my analysis is that the foregrounding, what I tried to contest in my book is not the foregrounding of radical renewal in and through Pentecostalism, but the implication one finds in so much of the literature that there is something radically new about radical renewal, that born-again experiences can be associated exclusively with born-again Christians. Now, it's an open question how much Wariboko meant this Pentecostal principle to apply outside of Pentecostalism. I've come to learn, and this is mostly from my conversations with him, that I'm glad that he drew our attention to this earlier today as well, that in Ethics and Time, he very much develops this notion of natality in terms of indigenous traditions, Kalabari chieftaincy, he reads through Arendt's notion of natality. But even so, what I suggest is that even though we read Wariboko as a Pentecostal philosopher and theologian, I think it's fair to say that he provides grounds and very much clears a path for understanding African indigenous traditions as well. What worries me in much of the literature on Pentecostalism is that it follows Pentecostal preachers in depicting Pentecostalism as a religion of rupture, requiring a kind of uprooting from the soil of traditional or indigenous religions, for example. But what I try to show empirically, and what Wariboko elaborates in his philosophical register is, and here again, I'm going to quote from the Pentecostal principle, quote, speaking of Pentecostals as Ratikants, quote, "These are not roots that are static and reified. Instead, they are adaptive, dynamic, searching for other roots to establish connections to and to be transformed. Pentecostals have roots that work as routes." Again, very closely tied to the same metaphor that I learned in the Makua language that correlates veins and roots, not roots that stabilize, but roots that mobilize. To conclude, I just want to draw the one implication that I take that I know merits a more discussion, and we've had some of it already, which is the imperative to study these roots, traditional roots, indigenous roots, cultural roots, not in opposition to Pentecostalism, but as potentially foundational for it. I worry that the narrative of Pentecostal explosion offers a license for scholars to discount the resilience or the vitality of indigenous traditions. But I think what the possibility that Wariboko provides for us is for turning scholarly attention to African indigenous religions through Pentecostalism. So the need to account for local indigenous forms of knowledge, indigenous forms of rebirth and radical change, and to realize that what we sometimes take as exceptional to Africa may have in fact been there all along. I'm sorry, what we take as exceptional to Pentecostalism may have been there all along in Africa. Thanks very much.
Thank you very, very much, Dabaka. At this point, we're staying on schedule. We've got about 5 minutes. Please, if you've got questions, communicate them through the chat or okay. Am I going to identify these? Are there any questions here?
I can read more of the paper that I left out.
No. Well, my question to you then, if I can, is in terms of your work. So, in the reformulation of Pentecostalism that these pastors are doing, how much do they build upon this notion of roots? In other words, to what extent are they adopting this sort of this awareness in what they're sort of presenting?
Yeah, I don't see much adaptation to it, to be honest. There was a perpetual tension between the perspective of the pastors and missionaries on the one hand, and the ordinary lay people on the other hand. The interest that I had was in tracing that tension and noting that despite the rhetoric of the pastors, which I worry sometimes we take too literally and assume that just because they preach about breaking from the ancestors that people necessarily are doing so. But what I found to be the case is that at least in this part of Mozambique, pastors were not adjusting in response to this local understanding of the nature of roots that move people, and that's why they retained that more static notion of roots that mobilize, and saw the problem as people being too rooted in tradition. It's an interesting question, as I mentioned before. This is puzzling to me, but I don't think it's all that uncommon. We just don't tend to focus our research on places where Pentecostalism is not thriving, but this is a place where Pentecostalism is failing to take root, so to speak, are failing to explode in the way one finds in other places. And I think that that seems to me to be likely the case into the future, insofar as the Pentecostal pastors are not willing to adjust to this local understanding of change.
Okay. We have a question from Ben Akabuze. Can we sort of find him there and
Yes, I asked him to unmute.
okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. It's my pleasure to be able to join you all in this, in honor of our dear friend, Professor Nimi Wariboko. I have a question, and I'm just wondering, as we discuss this matter of roots, the missionaries who first came to Africa, I think they tried some kind of marriage between Christianity and our local beliefs and traditions, and which made it a lot more comfortable for many of our forebears to accept Christianity. But what it meant also was that we had people who had one foot in the Christian faith and one foot still, foot still rooted in the traditional beliefs. And so we ended up with a form of Christianity that effectively denied the power in the faith. And so you will hear stuff like, okay, yeah, this sort of thing, you go to church for it, but if it was difficult, if it was fighting back a spiritual attack, you had to go to see the traditional worshippers, and stuff like that. And I have a sense that that's probably what has propelled the Pentecostals to try and make some kind of clean break, with tradition and distance themselves as much as possible. That so that we don't, Pentecostalism doesn't end up in the place where the Orthodox churches that the missionaries introduced to us have ended up, where we just have lots of.
Can you summarize your question?
And denying the power of the faith. That's my question.
Thanks. Okay. Can you please give us a brief response, sir?
Yeah, Andrew, I'll be happy to just let that lay as a comment and make room for other presenters. And if we have time at the end, I can come back to
okay. Thank you very much again. Our next presenter is Professor Segun Ogunbimi, who is now an independent scholar residing in Texas, but formerly was a professor of philosophy and the 2014 recipient of the University of Texas at Austin Distinguished Award winner for the advancement of Pan-African dialogue. Professor, please, the floor is yours. Professor Ogunbimi? Thought he was here.
I don't think
He's muted. Unmute him.
Where is he at?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we see you. We hear you now. Please.
You can hear me. Thank you. First of all, I want to thank TF, Professor Toyin Falala, and his lieutenant, Anna Lee, and for making this conference possible. Secondly, I want to appreciate the book sent to some of us on the work of Nimi Wariboko. The latest book is A Philosophy of Nimi Wariboko. I find the book very interesting to read. At the same time, I want to congratulate Professor Nimi Wariboko for this conference. I think we deserve this kind of conference in every country, not only in the United States. I appreciate his work. Now, my paper is titled Death, Burial Rites, and Afterlife. Death, Burial Rites, and Afterlife. I think one of the things I want to do is to read my abstract on this one, because it set the stage for the discussion. Of all the things in the cosmos, why is it that human beings, as far as we know, pay a reasonable attention of their time to a natural phenomenon called death and the hereafter? The hereafter, afterlife, and heaven are interchangeably used here, as they mean the same thing. What are the extant African cultural narratives of the institution of death, burial rites, and afterlife before the advent of foreign religions in the continent? In other words, how did the belief find its expression and practice in the indigenous religious epistemology? What are the spiritual, cultural, and intellectual challenges of this belief to African modern civilization? Is it possible for the contemporary human cutting-edge knowledge to find an alternative solution to the existential threat of death as a final destiny of human beings. The questions raised so far form the basis of my interrogation of African indigenous belief system of death, burial rites, and afterlife. If African forebears sought a religious answer to the fear of death, and it still persists to today, I have argued that there is need for a paradigm shift. Does the paradigm shift mean a total rejection of African indigenous belief in death and its theological eschatology? It is a genuine concern, but my understanding is that a rational agent proportions his or her belief according to evidence. Therefore, I have concluded that the paradigm shift is an authentic affirmation of the nature of human existence, and that indigenous African belief was the best form of knowledge African forebears used to cope with their existential fear of death, which may not necessarily be relevant to the present descendants and future generations. Now, the starting point of my argument is that in my early life, I encountered the fear of death in the early 50s. And I was so terrified when a relation of mine passed away. I was living with my father, and to even go out to the other room to take anything there, it was like going through the fear of death itself, okay? I found it very difficult to even go out to ease myself because of the fear of death. Today, when you look at the whole world, what are we concerned about is the COVID-19, is the fear of death. We fear death so terribly badly in our environment to the extent that we are ready to offer anything to avert death. Can we avert death? Can we overcome death? Can we put an end to death? So our forebears give us a religious explanation why there is death and why we should be afraid of death, but then not to be afraid because there is afterlife. There are three aspects of concept of death in Africa that I have looked at. First, that's what we call natural death. Natural death is the one that happens to people who die naturally in their old age, so that they become ancestors. If anybody dies before the time allotted to him on earth, that person will not be considered to have died of a natural death. So natural death is more or less designed for people who are old and who become consequently ancestors. Now, that's natural death. Then there is unnatural death, which I've just mentioned. Those who die by accident, those who die of some other causes that are not related to natural death. Then the last one is voluntary death. Voluntary death is in other words, is suicide. Okay, somebody who just decides to end his life, which is not originally popular among African peoples, because it is wrong to commit suicide. It's wrong for anybody to take one's life. And if in my own community one does that, that person will not be buried. The corpse will be hanged on a tree as punishment for his action. But time has changed. Today, they don't do that anymore. Now, in the course of the natural death, which I want to lay emphasis on, it teaches us that human beings, when they live long here on earth and behaves according to the natural tradition of the people, morally, religiously, and otherwise, such an individual, when he dies, will be accorded a burial right befitting his status in the society. So there is this theology they develop. I call it ancestral transition theology. It gives positive idea that when your ancestor dies, he's not dead completely, he's around you, and he is always interested in your success, is interested in whatever you're doing in life, and he wants to be remembered. As you remember him or her, you will have longevity, you will have blessings and all the rest. So it gives that courage to accept that death is not the end of life. But then there is this problem that I found with this belief. If there is life after death, has anybody gone and come back? In our own tradition, I've not seen an African man who had died many, many years ago and came back. Even the ancestors they mentioned, we only believe in their spirit, in the psychological realm of belief system. It is not evident that these individuals actually live around us. And as a philosopher, when you say somebody is dead and buried, is it possible for this person to come back in the nature of his body, to be united with his bones and all the rest, and then come back and live among his people? I have not found it possible from my study. So when it comes to believing in many of these cultural systems that apportion belief in afterlife, there's no way we can prove it. There's no way we can prove it. I have not seen it happen. And by extension, you can relate it to Christianity and any other religion that teaches life after death or immortality of the soul, okay? Now, when I consider all these possibilities and difficulties in proving some of these belief systems, I have decided to talk about the next stage. We have to move from what our ancestors handed over to us, a religious explanation. I call it paradigm shift. We have to shift from this belief system and move to another realm of believing that life does not extend beyond this world. Once you die, like any animals you see in the zoo or any other living things you see, that is your end. What remains in my own postulation is that your investment in knowledge production, your investment in humanitarian services, your investment in life that made life simple and better for individuals, we immortalize you. I have seen that happen in the United States. I've seen so many institutions and so many names. If you come to Houston, Texas, you will see Harman Memorial Hospital. If you go to SMU, Dallas, Texas, where I graduated in 1980, you find some of these names that have been immortalized. They have gone, but then we still remember them. So the idea I'm expressing is that intellectuals and people like Toyin Falola, Nimi Wariboko, and all of you on this stage, your contributions will always immortalize you if what you do improves the quality of life of mankind. I am sure Professor Wariboko will not agree with me. My position because it goes contrary to his Pentecostal faith or apostolic faith or apostolic theology. These are different theologies, and I have studied some of them, but I have come to the conclusion that these theologies, they are only meant to help people to cope with lost ones. They are not there to prove that when you die for real, you are going to go to heaven. There was a case, there's a guy, I think from Kenya, who gave an example that somebody died and he got to heaven. So before going to heaven, let me just go to hell and see what is going on there. He got there, he saw these people eating and drinking and merrymaking, and they enjoying themselves. And then you said the devil is bad. The devil is entertaining these people. Is making life better. So let me go and see heaven and see what it looks like. Then he took the lift and got to heaven and saw, oh, there's God. Everybody is singing hallelujah and all the rest, but it looks dull. And he concluded that, well, heaven is overrated. Look, it's better to go to hell and enjoy yourself to the maximum. So, but in going back to hell, he got there and he didn't see that kind of merrymaking again. And then he saw the devil and said, Mr. Devil, I was here the other time. Where are these people? He said, what has happened? I said, well, the day you came, we were campaigning. So the Christians were only campaigning. As far as I'm concerned, there's no proof that when you die, you go to heaven. And we have had so many scholars like Bertrand Russell who have debunked this concept. And in our own society, Uncle Tai Solare and many others did not believe it. So I want to conclude, but because I see the way you guys are looking at me, probably going to give me a lot of questions to answer. I want to say that Professor Wariboko, I have not read in your theology where you give an explicit explanation that that life is real in the afterlife, because the Bible itself does not tell us that we are going to be the same as we are here on earth. So African traditional belief system has not done the same. Therefore, I want to conclude that the paradigm shift I'm asking for you to do is to believe that when you die here, that's the end of your life. The grave is your lasting environment. So just have the courage to face the reality of existence in the way that you will not lose anything by accepting that death is your end. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ogunbimi. we unfortunately do not have time for questions now. We have to go on to the next presentation. I would invite people to write to you if they have responses and reactions to your paper. Thank you again. Now, Professor Scott Paith, who is a distinguished professor of religious studies at DePaul University. He is a prolific author. He has listed 3 books, The Neighbor Brothers for Armchair Theologians, Public Theology for a Global Society, and Exodus Church and Civil Society. So, Professor Paith.
Thank you very much for having me here, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak at this conference. I consider it a great honor, and I'm particularly thrilled to be able to be here in support of the work of Nimi Wariboko, whom I've known for a long time and whose work I've greatly admired. So I'm very happy to be here today. I'm also cognizant of the time constraints, and so I'm actually setting a timer for myself so that I'll be sure not to go over. At the same time, I'm reminded of the story of the Baptist preacher who put his watch on the pulpit at the beginning of his sermon and told the congregation, well, now I'm putting my watch on the pulpit, you know what that means, and then proceeded to reply by saying it doesn't mean a thing. But allow me to give my paper. It's called Remaking the Table, Justice and Economic Ethics in Wariboko's Theology. This is a truncated version of the paper that I wrote for the volume that was published, and I'm hoping that because I had to cut so much out that it will still make sense. However, I'm happy to take any questions if I fail to convey the meaning in the time that I've got allotted. In his book, The Charismatic City and the Public Resurgence of Religion, Nimi Wariboko offers an intriguing set of proposals for understanding the religious dimensions of what he refers to as the cosmopolitan global city. His analysis provides an overarching conception of the way in which the institutional forms of life experienced in the midst of a globalized society can be conceived of as manifestations of a single reality. As he puts it, the charismatic city is not one city. It is thousands or more cities, all very much alike and scattered across the world, from London to Buenos Aires, from New York to New Delhi, and from Rome to Lagos. It is a city set in the midst of cities, with cities all around it. Evoking St. Augustine's conception of the city of God, the charismatic city is, as Wariboko conceives it, interspersed and intermixed throughout the global cosmopolitan sphere in which much of the politics, culture, and commerce of the contemporary world takes place. In this talk, I would like to take Wariboko's evocative description of the charismatic city as the starting point for a broader consideration of his approach to questions of economic justice, capitalism, and the prospect for creating a society that conforms to the demand of the Hebrew prophets that it not oppress the widow, the orphan, the alien, or the poor. My aim is to offer an appreciative yet critical engagement with his insights in order to push forward toward a more comprehensive conception of just what justice looks like in the charismatic city and how we might go about achieving it and what obstacles stand in our way. Economic ethics deals with questions of how the material resources of society are best distributed. The word economics, of course, derives from the Greek word oikos, which refers to the proper management of the household. The word ecology derives from the same root and refers to the common household of planet Earth. Thus, questions of economics and ecology cannot be meaningfully separated from one another, particularly not in the contemporary moment, when the risk of global environmental devastation threatens the very well-being of humanity as a whole. There can be no economy without a stable and thriving ecosystem, and yet we have become habituated to treating ecological concerns, particularly far from exclusively in the industrialized West, as separable, extraneous, and perhaps even burdensome to questions of economic flourishing. The tensions between the oikos of the economy and the oikos of the environment are exacerbated within the context of globalization. The externalities imposed by globalized economic systems, while not universally negative, impose burdens on the environment that make the creation of a genuinely just and stable balance between economic and ecological concerns difficult, if not impossible. The emergence of what some have called the Anthropocene period, in which the fundamental shape of the planetary future is determined by the effects of humans on the natural world, has made a genuine moral engagement with the intersection between economy and ecology unavoidable. And yet, we consistently avoid it. In addressing this intersection, there are several directions in which the evocative hints put forward in Wariboko's writing could be developed, and I want to draw out three in particular. First is the question of the relationship between economic growth and environmental sustainability. As the question is how it may be possible to transform the predominant values of capitalist societies, such that they can work to embrace an approach to the economy that is not dependent on continual and substantial growth. Second is the question of the relationship between inequality and the environmental crisis. Inequality of the kind we see globally is itself a manifestation of the misallocation of economic resources, as a small portion of the population has far more than it can ever reasonably consume, while half of the human population lives hand to mouth, or even worse, lacks basic resources for survival. Third and finally is the question of the relationship of humanity to the non-human world, and particularly to non-human animals. As Brazilian rainforests burn, in part due to the actions of cattle ranchers in search of more land in which to graze their livestock, now may be the time to reevaluate the relationship between humans and the animals they eat. There are many reasons to think that the relationship between prosperous nations and meat consumption has become dysfunctional. Meanwhile, in poorer nations, meat may be a luxury in which people indulge only rarely. In The Charismatic City, Wariboko offers an intriguing suggestion of what economic ethics and economic justice might entail in the context of contemporary globalized capitalism. Writing, and here I'm going to quote at length, "Economic justice expands the spaces for survival and flourishing of the other. The poor, the marginalized, the weak, the disinherited, and the victimized in our midst. This is about making room at the economic table, or constructing a whole new table from which the primary economic players today are not the chief architects or custodians, for them to develop their own capabilities so as to become the agents of their own development. Such spaces are purposely created to acknowledge their human dignity and right to life, as well as to honor their community's commitment, obligation, to their well-being. When economic justice takes root in a given community, it reduces inequality, expands the overall well-being of the community, and promotes peace." This passage provides a crucial vision of what goal in economic ethics grounded in theological vision ought to strive to achieve. It offers a picture of the possibility of human flourishing that is accessible to and available for the sake of all people, and not only those who begin from a place of economic advantage. Also worth noting in this vision is the way in which the verb "to expand" is utilized. Economic justice is not a steady state, but rather a process by which an ever-enlarging circle of participants is included in the benefits of economic success. It is a vision which stirs the moral imagination and provides a fertile ground from which to envisage the policies that might achieve those ends. Yet, there is that interesting parenthetical statement, "or constructing a whole new table," of which the primary players today are not the chief architects or custodians. This short phrase expresses a great deal and articulates well my own skepticism with regard to the possibility that room can indeed be made at the table of contemporary global economics for those whom Wariboko names: the poor, the marginalized, the weak, the disinherited, and the victimized. On the contrary, it seems far more likely that as long as the current table remains in place, no room of substance will or even can be made for those people. Thus, I would like to ask what it might mean to construct a whole new table that is responsive to the ethical demands of the charismatic city Wariboko envisions. Systems, institutions, and ideologies supporting the contemporary forms of global capitalism thus make it unlikely that any genuine space will be made at the table for the poor and marginalized. The kind of self-sacrifice that would be necessary on the part of the rich and powerful requires a wholesale overcoming of a set of worldviews that has been carefully constructed to prevent any such accommodation from being made. While such a moral awakening might be possible in a few cases, and while self-interest might drive more people into the arms of more equitable policies, it strains credibility to imagine that any such widespread transformation in the morality of capitalism is possible. It is here that I think the idea of the charismatic city as an expression of a Pentecostal theological ethos is a useful framework for understanding Wariboko's intent. To the degree that it possesses a transformative potential, the charismatic city is rooted in a fundamentally spiritual reorientation of social institutions, including economic institutions. However, the fact that, in Augustinian fashion, the charismatic city is intermixed within the many urban landscapes that constitute the globalized world militates against the kind of social transformation that could remake the economic table in a meaningful sense. Without an account of political change that takes into consideration the necessary interplay of self-interest, self-deception, power, coercion in a post-lapsarian public, the economic vision that Wariboko calls for will be difficult to attain, either by making room at the table via moral suasion or reconstructing the table in a revolutionary manner. Wariboko's emphasis on the charismatic dimension of morality, rooted in a Pentecostal spirituality, suggests that for him the final answer to these questions is rooted in the action of the Holy Spirit in forming and renewing human beings for the sake of a more just and sustainable society. While the prospect of spiritual renewal of this sort is attractive, I'm skeptical that it can be of such a large scale so as to transform society as a whole. More likely, I would suggest, is that it may transform some in some circles, while leaving the bulk of us untouched and untransformed. In such a case, the possibility of the creation of an ecologically sustainable economy seems a dim prospect, unless we can find a way to exercise the moral imagination of humanity in a way that reaches beyond those who are genuinely and literally enthusiastic, which is to say filled with the Spirit, about such things, and change the fundamental moral terms under which humanity operates apart from religious renewal. And here I'm moving toward my conclusion. The kind of large-scale transformation of the moral imagination that would be necessary for the embrace of a just and ecologically sustainable model for the economy is, of course, possible. However, it is generally the case that such transformations follow shifts in the material conditions of society rather than inspire them. A spirituality of economic justice is far more likely to flow from the experience of life under changed conditions. The renewal that Wariboko advocates, the full manifestation of the charismatic city within the bounds of the worldly cities within which we dwell, would then be the outcome of a set of large-scale socio-political shifts toward a more just economic order. And there are at least two ways of viewing this. The first is that it is only through revolutionary action that real social transformation can happen. To be clear here, what I mean is not necessarily violent political warfare. The Industrial Revolution was no less a transformation of the socio-cultural landscape than the French Revolution. The shift from feudalism to capitalism was as profound and perhaps more profound than the shift from monarchy to democracy. And those shifts took place in such a way that few even recognized they were happening until after they were done. However, under this model of transformation, a set of shifting material conditions will provide the context for a new way of viewing humanity's relationship with its economy and the natural world, providing the basis for a sustainable ethic for overall human flourishing, allowing people to live in harmony with one another and with the natural world. The other possibility is eschatological, the genuine dawning of God's kingdom in the midst of the world. However, as with the kind of spiritual awakening that Wariboko envisages, this is ultimately a question not of human action but of God's will, over which humans have no power. Through the transformation of the moral imaginations of those in our churches, and through the genuine inspiration of those who hear the word of God and obey, we can begin, first in small ways, within particular communities, to live into the ethics of the charismatic city now, and bring its values to bear within existing institutional forms. What I'm suggesting is the embrace of the ancient Hebrew practice of Jubilee as the central social teaching of the Christian churches for the 21st century. Just as the Sabbath was to provide rest for people in the land, so the Jubilee provides relief and restoration for society and for nature. Relationships of creditors and debtors are abolished, and the exploitation of the poor and the disinherited is ended. Nimi Wariboko's contributions to the discourse on economic ethics provide a crucial foundation for the work of reimagining a social life that is more inclusive, more egalitarian, and more responsive to the gospel call to attend to the good of the poor, the marginalized, and the outcast. Beginning with his analysis and proposals, one can see the possible pathways available for the creation of that life. The next stage in the project will require the expansion and promotion of this vision within the common life of the Christian community, the embrace of that ethic within the lives of people from all walks of life, and the development of policy proposals that correspond to the goals he articulates. It remains to be seen whether capitalism can, of its own accord, sustain this vision, or whether it will have to be fundamentally transformed. Those of us who are persuaded by Wariboko's approach must be willing to consider, on the deepest level, just what remaking the economic table will entail. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have a little bit over 40 minutes, I think, to have 3 other papers presented. So I'm going to ask each of our last 3 presenters to sort of keep their comments to about 12 minutes apiece, so that we can get everyone in, and everyone will have, if not a place at the table, then certainly a place at the forum. All right. Our next presenter is Reverend Ann Droll, who is an ordained minister of the Assemblies of God, USA, and she is completing her dissertation research at Fuller Theological on a topic of dreams and visions in African Pentecostalist spirituality in quest of the numerological imagination. Reverend Droll.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And let me just begin. The shortness of time is upon us. According to the Dreams and Visions Project, dreams and visions have been noted for their significance to Pentecostal charismatic spirituality in African contexts. Now, I won't be going into continuity and discontinuity with the ATRs. I do address that in my dissertation. This discussion engages with Wariboko's theology as the precursor to locating his conceptualizations in the micro-theology and praxis of visioners in African contexts. Wariboko's foundational premise is the Pentecostal principle, which he describes in the first of his 4 major works. of Pentecostal theology. And if we can turn to page 2, Anna, thank you, on the screen. The concept, along with others he employs, serves well here for articulating the DV experience, DV meaning dream and vision, within Pentecostal spirituality. The first half of this essay addresses the Pentecostal principle as spirit dynamism in the world and explores its impact for the emergence of visioners who receive impetus for social agency. Wariboko also conceptualizes the assessment of hidden knowledge as piercing the veil of phenomenality. That concept frames the epistemological sensibilities of those who participated in the Dreams and Visions project, to the degree that piercing the veil can be offered as a root metaphor for the experiences. The last half of this essay turns to case studies and how they provide tangible samples of the dynamics of the Pentecostal principle, again, microtheology. They portray the emergence that expresses Wariboko's capacity to begin, first in cases of visionary women, and then in cases of visionary men. They demonstrate the link between DVs, particularly the DAME experience, which represents the directive, affirming, affective, motivating, and encouraging dream or vision experiences, and impetus for agency among Pentecostal charismatics. As evidenced in his volume, Pentecostal Principle, Ethical Methodology and New Spirit, Wariboko has thought deeply on how to define and express the creating and recreating dynamic he sees at work in the course of history, especially in terms of social issues, ethics, governance, public theology, and Pentecostal spirituality. Page 3, please, Anna. Thank you. Stirred by the theology of Paul Tillich, in which Tillich's Protestant principle points to the doctrine of kairos and the inbreaking force coming from above or outside, Wariboko offers an alternative vision he calls the Pentecostal principle. He adjusts the idea of kairos to accommodate more than an inbreaking from above. Wariboko presents the kairotic moment in the Spirit's outpouring of Acts 2, also known as kairoi, the interpretation of the interpenetration of masculine and feminine, the old and new, the time-oriented and the spatial, the novum following creative disruption. The event embodies the Pentecostal principle, which is different from Tillich's concept in that it pertains to more than religious or cultural form, because it, quote, transcends them, unquote. Wariboko writes, quote, it is available in things that want to go beyond themselves to their depth, to dynamic ontological creativity, to the spirit of creation, unquote. He therefore universalizes that dynamic of spirit, and in another description explains, quote, the Pentecostal principle is the capacity to begin, unquote. But the Pentecostal principle is also more than a dynamic. It is an ontological reality, a condition of being, in which, quote, we see that the spiritual content and the material bearers are combined or networked as the infinite restlessness of existence, unquote. Finally, it is more than all of these descriptors, since it is itself a pneumatological methodology for analysis of the issues of primary concern to Wariboko, matters of ethics in societal movement, change, and emergence. The personal and social responses of some visioners to their DV experiences illustrate what Wariboko refers to as the capacity to begin. This epistemology is manifested in the effect of DVs on visioners who translate and interpret the experiences for embarking on social initiatives. And I think if we can go to slide number 4, okay, we're talking here about, I'm trying to kind of skip as much as I can. Beyond his description of the Pentecostal principle, Wariboko's explanation of the dynamic of emergence is also key. And right here, I just want to refer to the excess that Wariboko speaks of, the creative emergence, the inducement of, quote, properties and behaviors that are not explicable by the lower parts or in terms of the sum of the parts, unquote. Rather, the emergence pertains to, quote, an excess which cannot be fully incorporated or suppressed by the extant system. And then I go on to talk a little bit about piercing the veil and Dr. Wariboko's understanding of piercing the veil. But I am afraid to get too deeply into it. I want to get to some of my case studies. I wonder, Anna, if we can go to screen number 5. Okay, so the Wariboko engages with the real, and he says that the real contests the conditions and limits of access to knowledge and truth. And he speaks about, let me start here. Lest the idea of piercing the veil conjure up Kantian connotations of the bifurcation of the material and immaterial, of the finite and infinite, further explanation of metaphysical and ontological issues are in order. So Wariboko's epistemology contradicts what is possible within the conceptualization of the philosopher Immanuel Kant by mending the cleavage between the noumenal and phenomenological. Okay, and that's just a little bit more. But I'd like to go now to page 6 of the, there we go. I'm going to look at some case studies right now, starting with some from women. This section is devoted to exploring how dream and vision experiences are interpreted by women and then acted upon. In particular, the DAME DV, which is the directive, affirming, affective, motivational, or encouraging, will be noted for its evocative quality. While human agency is born of a complex negotiation of conflicting voices, for women, the pressure of that complexity can be heightened by the subversive nature of a DV message in respect to cultural norms. Nevertheless, certain types of DVs that surface during research point to the stirring of emotions that funded strength for agency and for demonstrating courage, love, and compassion. The energies of creative emergence demonstrated in these women point to Wariboko's Pentecostal principle, since the behaviors and initiatives that DVs evoke are the hallmark of dynamism Wariboko describes as the properties of behaviors that are not explicable by the lower parts or in terms of the sum of the parts. And let me go now to the story of the woman from Abba is multi-layered, since she felt compelled to act against both the religious norm and the norm for women. For her, the emphasis on God's love for others was significant to the processing of her experiences. In her situation, first an audible instruction came during prayer, and then a dream followed sometime later, giving confirmation. She reported that while praying, quote, God told me to stop teaching the Sunday school, that there are people outside that nobody goes to. The voice I heard said, can't someone care for these ones? They are precious to me. I love them, unquote. Thereafter, she began an outreach to the Agbara boys, homeless and sometimes dangerous youth who lived in the motor parks across her city. She began the work alone and shared how the decision to do so was not an easy one to make. Quote, I was thinking, how can a woman enter into the midst of these boys that are hard? You know, they are stubborn. But he told me, I will be with you, unquote. She reported that she later had a dream that encouraged and confirmed God's will. And she goes on and she shares about that. But then she also answers a question that I posed to her. On a scale of 1 to 2, how would you rate the strength of the obstacle of being a woman? In her case, she rated the obstacle of being a woman as a 10 because of culture. In time, her efforts among the youth eventually resulted in life change for many of the young men. And then the same clarity of call came to a woman of Dar es Salaam, Tanzania. She first became contact through a visit. So I visited this woman in Tanzania. Yes, Dr. Barnes, is my time up?
1 more minute, please.
All right. There are some striking evidences of the effect of this type of experience, the DAME experience, in men as well. Striking examples in Nigeria, the example of Sam Akaka in Jos, of another gentleman in Ibadan. And therefore, I am just concluding with the fact that my research brings out of the abstract and into the tangible, some of these Pentecostal concepts of the Pentecostal principle. Thank you, Dr. Wariboko, for your work.
Thank you, Ms. Reverend Joel. Our next presenter is Mr. Andrew Court, who serves on the pastoral staff at Life Anglican Church in Western Sydney, Australia. He is presently also a teacher of New Testament Greek, and he's about to begin a PhD program on with a focus on the theme of poverty in Luke's Gospel. Andrew.
Thank you very much, Andrew. I'll just get my PowerPoint started. G'day from sunny Sydney, I should say to start with. It's about 9:30 a.m. on a Sunday here, so I'll be jumping on my kangaroo and heading off to church after this. In his book, The Split God, Dr. Wariboko describes African traditional religions as the common font of inheritance, or the environmental air that African Pentecostals breathe. The focus of this analysis is not Pentecostalism per se, but rather the theological movement known as the prosperity gospel. Many scholars have posited conceptual overlaps between prosperity theology and African traditional religions, and my research is very simply a meager attempt to test what others have intuited. When I began engaging with scholarship on African Pentecostalism, it was actually Dr. Wariboko's counsel that set me on my methodological course. In his work on Pentecostal paradigms, he argues that the most profitable methodologies examine works from pastors rather than denominational statements. And so I carried out a case study of a pastor. I examined the work of Pastor Chris Oyakhilome, and my research was basically in two parts, which we can summarize with these two questions. Firstly, what's at the heart of Oyakhilome's teaching, and how does it resonate with general accounts of African traditional religions? At the time I conducted my research, Oyakhilome had published about 23 monographs. I read all of his works, I distilled prominent themes from them, and there were three topics which showed up far more often than any others and were dealt with in far more depth than any others. The first is accessing blessing. In practically every one of Oyakhilome's books, the default application of any theological exposition relates to the believer accessing prosperity and blessing. Whatever the doctrinal topic, evangelism, prophecy, prayer, the foundational presupposition is that theological understanding serves the purpose of drawing God's blessings to the Christian. He says it's for that express purpose that the Spirit has prompted his writing in the first place. The blessings on offer are extensive and abundant, and his emphasis on blessing is reinforced by his eschatological beliefs. In a book entitled Pray the Right Way, he argues that the Lord's Prayer is a useless model for Christians in the present age, because the kingdom has already come. We ourselves can bless the earth and command it to supply our daily bread, and we are already delivered from the devil's evil. Regardless of the book's subject matter, the knowledge imparted serves to increase access to blessings. The second theme I identified was an emphasis on the spiritual enemy. Oyakhilome is very conscious of the activity of spiritual beings. God's children have an enemy, and he is doing everything he can to keep them from getting what is theirs. He says that fear and unbelief are not personal dispositions, they are actually spirits that attack people, targeting especially the prosperity that God has given to people, and they must be cast out by the quotation of Scripture. He says that it's possible to rally spiritual beings in certain situations. He gives this advice: if you are kidnapped, Oyakhilome gives these specific instructions. Do not beg, let them take you. Sit there with them and say, let's go. As they're taking you away, speak in other tongues. Before long, they will be the ones begging you. As you speak, your angels will take their positions and you will be victorious. He also says that Christians need to engage with the spiritual realm because it is the place where things get done, quote. Prayer or singing, he says, can cause communication and transportation that take place into the realm of the Spirit. Thirdly, he emphasizes if blessing is the goal and spiritual enemies are the impediment, then activating power to remove that spiritual barrier is the missing ingredient. He writes, Christians need to learn to activate the power how to make God's power released on their behalf work for us. That is what many don't know. Oyakhilome frequently employs the language of activating, releasing, and unleashing power. He says that physical objects may carry power, but he actually warns against obsession with spiritually charged objects. The primary method for activating power in his framework is assertive declarations or positive confessions, which shape reality. Quote, "Your life today is a result of what you said yesterday," end quote. He says that the name of Jesus can be invoked when making these kind of declarations. That name can unlock doors, draw water from dry taps, and tame feral dogs. And at the foundation of power activation methods is the meta category of faith. All the techniques, prayer, fasting, seed sowing, positive confessions, they are made impotent without faith, which he calls the necessary spark for the miraculous, a spiritual force which transcends the realm of reasoning and the mind. He recounts the story of a man who suffered from a large growth, who put his hand on the growth, and as he did, faith was released from his spirit. Those are the three main themes in his work. Two last points on this half before moving to the second question. Tithes and offerings are a strange omission in his writings, it would seem. He does talk about finances, but the concept of seed faith, giving offerings and receiving guaranteed financial returns from God, are basically absent in his writings. At one point, he actually calls it a half-truth and qualifies it. Having said that, in his sermons, blog posts, and recorded interviews, he does more explicitly agree with this kind of thinking. Lastly, lay perceptions of Oyakhilome are quite important. The laity and his colleagues treat him with a great deal of respect. Congregants refer to him as the man of God, along with other adulatory titles. In an online birthday greeting, he is called a marvelous light sent to set ablaze the lives of men. The heavens host converges in celebration of the prophet of our time. One attendee at a healing event described the entrance of Oyakhilome thus: "It felt like a mighty army from heaven had come in. He carried such a powerful presence." So in essence, as we synthesize Oyakhilome's theological framework, his teaching is concerned, I think, with a problem and its solution. The problem is that the believer's access to blessings is impeded by spiritual enemies. The solution is found in unleashing the power that God grants to believers against those enemies. Now let me summarize the comparative part of my study. For this, I used John S. Mbiti's seminal work on African religions and philosophy, a well-known systematic theology of African religion based on extensive fieldwork. It has been rightly critiqued, and his general observations are employed here with acknowledgement of those critical discussions of his work. According to Mbiti, the African world is densely populated with spiritual beings, and the spiritual and physical realms are a unit which intermingle and dovetail with each other. Now, in Oyakhilome's system, the spiritual forces allied to Satan operate deliberate attacks on people. Similarly, Mbiti describes how traditional specialists can employ mystical power through a range of means, including the invocation of spirits to attack or possess. Traditional religions do not exhibit the rallying of angels or other good spirits to the degree that Oyakhilome does, but the medicine man, for example, can bring protection by persuading spirits to act for a person. And mediums have positive relationships with spirits and are often very grateful to the spirit who possesses them. Oyakhilome believes that the spiritual realm is to be engaged with and even perhaps entered in some ways. While the average person does not enter the spiritual realm according to most traditional religions, mediums do provide a link between humans and spirits, and Oyakhilome ties ecstatic singing to those realm-crossing experiences, which mediums do often use to bring about their own trance-like states. Religious specialists are powerful intermediaries between people and the spirits. They are technicians with expertise in wielding the latent power that exists in the universe. Similarly, Oyakhilome is perceived as a powerful man of God sharing the means for activating power. Interestingly here, Mbiti talks about a force, a power, an energy that permeates the whole universe, which only a few humans have the ability to tap into. And religious specialists can provide some of that mystical power to people through charms or special incantations. And while Oyakhilome does not give magical objects to people, positive confession can certainly be understood as a method not unlike special incantations. Oyakhilome, in his system, faith is a mystical power becomes spiritual substance, a force that transcends the rational mind. What Mbiti calls mystical power and Austronesian languages call mana, Oyakhilome calls faith. Sacrifices are a common act of worship in traditional religions. Mbiti struggles a little to synthesize the data here, and Oyakhilome says little about it in the works I studied. So in a broad sense, at least, there are similarities here to do with making offerings for personal prosperity, but here the resonance is less overt. And lastly, the concept of suffering. Blessing and suffering are strictly antithetical in Oyakhilome's teaching. He teaches against those who would argue that God disciplines Christians, and in his writing there is no consideration of any potential good that might come from suffering. Mbiti notes that while endurance is often a valued trait in ATRs, by default, suffering is not a means to an end. It's something to be dealt with. Emmanuel Anem argues that the alleviation of suffering is the primary purpose of religious activity in traditional religions, a fact which, according to him, has provided the prosperity gospel fertile ground. So to conclude, what others have suggested, I think, is confirmed by our synthesis of the case study of Oyakhilome and Mbiti's presentation of African traditional religions. The resonance is mild in sections, but for the most part, there does seem to be strong conceptual overlaps between Oyakhilome's brand of prosperity theology and African traditional religions. The extent to which we apply a causal link there is a far bigger question than I'm qualified to deal with. Thank you so much for your kind attentiveness today.
Thank you. Thank you. That was wonderful and wonderfully succinct. All right. So let us go to our last presenter, Professor Erica Ramirez, who has been remarkably patient there, waiting for her moment. And I will simply say that she has recently completed her dissertation on the rise of American Pentecostalism as a mode of appeal for political authority. She is currently Director of Applied Research at Auburn Theological Seminary in New York. Professor Ramirez.
And can everybody hear me just fine?
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. I'd like to thank everybody for this opportunity and to thank Dr. Wariboko for his work, and then just dive right in. In chapter 7 of Nimi Wariboko's The Split God, the author takes as his source material everyday forms of theology that he says demonstrate that the world that Pentecostals inhabit is, in his words, split. It is this chapter to which I will dedicate my now shortened response, in large part because in it, Wariboko elaborates his source material, the gestures, rituals, prayers, and mantras that co-constitute Pentecostal microtheologies, small, even tiny acts that become a window here into the, quote, ultimate concern, existential questions, and theological apparatuses of West Nigerian Pentecostals. It is these micro-rituals in which we can see God split, or I would say even God, we can see God being split. In chapter 7, the reader finds Wariboko elaborating his idea of a so-called split reality that Pentecostals inhabit, an analogous split God in whom they have their split beings and to whom they appeal for guidance, mercy, help, provision, sustenance in a manner that reveals a dismember logic to their entreaties appears. O hand of God, they might implore, remove this evil from my this evil woman from my husband's sight. O sword of God, they might say, beat the devil back from my house. Through such invocations for such aims, per Wariboko, they invoke God haphazardly, maximizing utility. West Africans do not semioticize in their microtheologies their entreaties within some greater narrative schema. Dr. Wariboko contrasts these disparate microtheologies with the God of philosophers and systematic theologians. The God of professional religionists as well is all of these: made, written, imagined to be whole. He is coherent, self-same, is ultimate truth. His narrative makes sense and is ending a particular way. Dr. Wariboko is not here in finding fault with the West African imagination or perception concerning splitness. It is not a failure of their imaginations or perception or a lack of epistemological or teleological curiosity. Actually, it seems only logical. What best characterizes human experience in a pluralized, globalized world besides fragmentation, which I know is not the same thing as splitness, but we're going to have to go with it for here. If we could contrast the God of revolutionary America, refined into his best Protestant self, better explained through Whitefield, or if you like, Jonathan Edwards, or even the God of Billy Graham, one can see the outlines of a coherent God being constantly better described and better served by different camps of Protestants aiming to outdo each other on behalf of the one true God. Even deists assented to some intelligent creator being, and here's where the idea set can attain Lacanian registers. Not the same thing as a Christian God, but still a creator being is a guarantor of, for Americans in Revolutionary era, self-evident, though utterly novel at the time, rights. This coherent God of progress, in whose name early Americans assert their divine rights, they reach for manifest destiny and erect a nation of unparalleled blessing, and a model of their mind into their minds the best social order, is an example of a socially constructed parallel of the God of philosophers and theologians. Still, this God is whole, secure, a stable source of morality and order in the universe. He is, for our purposes and for Dr. Waraboko's, an important iteration of Lacan's master signifier, a stable referent around which other signifiers can secure their meaning. The sun and a solar system, if you will, around whom other planetary bodies have meaning in their discernibly stable orbits. Nation, destiny, order, rights, union, all concepts in the US political economy of symbolic meaning have their dependence on God. Those are scare quotes. The God that they produce, we might say a whole Yahweh, a Judean then Christian God, has been dismembered, says Wariboko, in West African Pentecostalism, and with such a God now piecemeal, passed around and partial, there is no longer a single guarantor of cosmological or social order in the lived religion of the Western God. As Nimi reasons, whoops, Nimi Wariboko is my friend. I kept saying I would only say Wariboko, but as Dr. Wariboko reasons, Pentecostal God circulated throughout the world is not become dead, but as Nietzsche decried. Not become dead as Nietzsche decried, but split. Having invoked one political usage of the idea of Lacan's master signifier, let's look at the Lacanian way this God is split in the founding event of both Pentecost and Pentecostalism. Again, this is per Wariboko. In a section titled The Violent Gesture of Language, Dr. Wariboko describes what he calls the founding event of Pentecost, language that he says splits or bars subjectivity. He says, quote, "Language as the characteristic feature of the day of Pentecost causes a splitting in the subjects. This is the implicit violent gesture that is often missed in the theological analysis of glossolalia and xenolalia at the inaugural event of Pentecostalism. When a believer speaks in glossolalia, or you could say unknown tongues, Dr. Wariboko asserts that by withdrawing from the community, the tongue speaker is neither a person nor a non-person, but is instead one who is set apart in polyvalent ways, holy and uttering secrets. Now, Wariboko follows Lacan to posit that language not only incorporates its speaker into the symbolic order, but it is synonymous with the symbolic order itself, i.e. here, law, structure, and the domain of culture. The withdrawal from the social order in language, again, here we're talking about glossolalia per Dr. Wariboko, as an action, creates a whole in both human beings and God. This whole represents, per Dr. Wariboko, an original lack that births Pentecostalism. The lack is neither the absence of presence, he says, nor the presence of absence, but an ungrounding which undercuts orthodoxy and the settling of any theological grounding. Such an ungrounding suggests, per Dr. W., an unsettling of things, of a lot of things. If language not only incorporates its speaker into the symbolic order, but is synonymous with the order itself, now if God dips out on this order now and then, what and where and how does the cosmos hold up? With my remaining time, I would like to humbly contest that it is not from not a birth. This is not a birth from lack, but a birth from maternalized presence. Again, for Lacan, language not only incorporates its speaker into the symbolic order, but it is synonymous with the symbolic order. But when Dr. Wariboko denotes violence, one of the violences he is naming is the splitting off from one's own culture. And in his construction, culture is here part of the symbolic order, to participate instead in the body of Christ or the church community. So let me be very clear about this. So by participating in glossolalia and exiting the symbolic order, Dr. Wariboko suggests that the speaker, the glossolalic speaker, is separating from the culture. So this is another version of the rupture that I've heard some other people bring up recently. So the rupture, the splitting off from community, and the rupture with community in order to join a body of Christ. Violence for me here, though, is not quite the term. Instead, I would posit reunion with the maternal divine. For French psychoanalytic philosopher Julia Kristeva, the role of the special governor of order in language and order in ritual is first played by the father, per Lacan. But Kristeva points out that speeching begins without reference to the social order or agreed upon social meanings, without the syntax and the grammar that make explicit the power of the social order in language. Julia Kristeva points to prior speeching, the speeching of infants or echolalias, which are directed at their mothers. Kristeva locates in this prior speeching evidence of the human drive towards speech, a drive to signification, but postulates that human desires for expression and communication are antecedent to and excessive of and are never fully satisfied by nor defined within the structures of language. For Kristeva, the body's ever-renewing desires for signification are the body's biological basis for heterogeneity to meaning. The echolalias of infancy represent on one level a semiotic discourse that is detached or not yet attached to the symbolic order, either in language or in ritual. It is this speech that I argue best approximates the desire and the context of glossolalia, speech set free from the structural orders or hierarchies of the world and from the name of the father, that Lacanian mandate, by recourse to a maternal reference that begins in infancy. Let's see if I can finish. I'm trying really hard. The relationship between mother and infant is, per Kristeva, a cosmogony that ignores identity outside the link to a whole. It exists only in relationship. I would argue that there are ritual reasons to think that maternalization of the divine is what happens in Pentecostal microtheologies, especially when tongue speech is involved. Glossolalia would not then be a violent splitting from culture and the symbolic order, but a reunion to the maternal body, now divinated. Pentecostals corporately participate in what anthropologist Tanya Luhrmann has described as absorption through what Josh Prahinsky, another anthropologist, terms their own cosmological sensorium. I posit that Freud's oceanic feeling emerges in Pentecostal worship. All of these themes can credibly be under the idea of a maternal infant liminality in glossolalic speech. I argue that the rise of glossolalia in Pentecostal worship actively genders the Holy Spirit as mother, not given up, as Nimi suggests, in what he insinuates as a destruction of the tie to culture, but instead deified and introjected through embodied spirit possession. In this next section that I'm going to skip because I don't think I have time for it, I suggest that Edward Glissant's reading of the Martinican condition of never being able to quite speak French supports my reading of culture as part of the maternal identification. So just pretend I said all of that. I said all of it. I just said, Glissant just expressed that there's no way for a Martinican child to properly speak French. So he sets up an interesting conversation in which a Martinican speaker will always be frustrated in a particular social order. In that context, the maternal tongue is precisely that, a maternalized tongue. And what we see here is that culture cannot really fully only be thought of as the world of Lacanian symbolic order. I'm going to try to close by saying that I would in humor point to Dr. Wariboko's own microtheologies as one final form of evidence. As he points up, African traditional religions work themselves into Pentecostal microtheologies readily and all the time. Thank you so much. I appreciate this opportunity.
Okay. Thank you again for that. But by way of conclusion, let me just observe that if the testament of a great meal at a great restaurant is that you leave hoping to taste those dishes again, I would celebrate this as a great meal, a great session. I would thank all of our presenters for really leading me at least to think through a bunch of things that I've read before with the hopes of maybe seeing these insights. Finally, I would just like to thank Nimi for having written so much that we can read. And I'd like to thank Toyin. I can call both of them by their first name. And thank Toyin for putting this together so that we could celebrate what Nimi has written. Again, folks, I hope you enjoyed it. Looking forward to the next session. Right.
Thank you very much, all our great panelists. All the panels have been very successful since 4 a.m. We now want to go to the plenary. We have 2 more panels, the plenaries and the final reflections. Please don't go away. You've endured for so long. Endure for the last 2 panels. Thank you. Take a break, 5 minutes, and then 4 minutes, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. Anna, music, please. Okay, let's start, please. Let's start. It's 5 o'clock. Bonio, you're unmuted. Anna, please unmute everyone.
Sharafelewa.
Well, where is Lisa?
Femi. How
Hello?
now?
Hi.
How now?
Hi, Alafiani. Hi, Ruth. How are you? It's a long time.
I know, so long. Seriously.
Yeah, I won't embarrass us. How many years now? What is it? I won't say.
Last time I saw you was in my house in Ibadan.
Yeah, I know.
That was the last time I saw you in the flesh, I think.
Yes, it's so good to see you, Ruth.
You do.
Yeah.
Okay. Professor Wariboko is the chair of this panel, and I don't know how he and his team would like to organize it. I am grateful that we started at 4 o'clock in the morning. We're still here. We have a tremendous audience. There are 47 of us here. They've been enduring for 14 hours. So we are grateful. Okay, let me hand over to Professor Wariboko.
Yes, it's good to have everybody back. I've learned a lot from everybody. So the way we have it, we have 90 minutes, and Ruth Marshall will speak first. I think we'll give each one. Yes, so we'll give each one of them about 20 minutes to speak. Then Femi Vaughan will speak in the other, and Ebenezer Obadore. Their profiles are there, so I will not read them. But let me say something about these three names appeared to have come together. There was no special pre-thought about it, but as the names come together, there's something about these three names, right? Ruth Marshall, Femi Vaughan, and Obadore. I hope he's here.
I'm here.
Right?
I'm lawyer, sir.
Ebenezer.
How now?
Yeah.
How now? I did like a
Prof. I'm on the floor. Benny, sir.
Three of them, they've completely restructured, redefined, reconfigured what it means to study religion in Nigeria or in general in Africa. So this is the people who go back 100 years from now and look at the work that these three scholars have done. Ruth did a work on the Pentecostal political spirituality, and that is a groundbreaking work in applying political theory to the issue of Pentecostalism, and probably arguably invented the field of African Pentecostal political theology at a very rigorous scholarly level. So that is a major way, and you'll be amazed the citations of that book. And then Femi Vaughan wrote the Religion and Making of Nigeria, Religion and Making of Nigeria. And that is also a major work. Femi also was trained as a political theorist. So that's how they go back. They were all at Oxford together with Ruth. So they have this political, but he has also wrote about the history of Nigeria, the political theory of Nigeria, not just necessarily as a political theorist, but also as an historian. So this morning we're talking about the turn to history. And Femi didn't just write about Nigeria, looking at colonial time to now or post-independent. He took what is called a long durée view of history, trying to unpack what is about Nigerian political structure and how religion has been imbricated, has been involved in what we know as Nigeria. And that it took at least over 200 years meticulous analysis that covers over 200 years of the space that became Nigeria. Why I say that? Because 200 years ago, there was no Nigeria. And it was only in the 20th century. So he took a meticulous view, trying to draw data from different parts of the Islamic Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, and before then, the other religion, Orisha, Christianity, and how all this came together to give us what is Nigeria. So anybody trying to understand Nigeria, Femi Vaughn's book tells you the importance of religion in structuring and forming that country, not just as a matter of faith or ethos, but the kind of political structure and economic structure that emerged in Nigeria cannot be fully comprehended apart from understanding the religious impact and the competition, and sometimes non-competition and cooperation between the Christianity, Islam, and the African tradition. So it's a very important work. And then Femi's book, Femi's one book, ended in some way with analyzing what kind of role is Pentecostalism playing in structuring Nigeria. And then Professor Ebenezer Obadere came up and wrote the Pentecostal Republic as if to build on that work, to say, if you want to understand present Nigeria, whether from an Islamic point of view or from a Christian point of view, and definitely from African traditional religion point of view, these three religions are still in operations. But Nigeria, according to his analysis, and he may argue with him, has emerged as a Pentecostal republic, that Pentecostalization of the country is going on. And that is very important because earlier an African scholar in Ghana has written about the Pentecostalization of the mainline churches. But here, what Obadere is arguing, that we are seeing a Pentecostalization of a country, of its political structure and its political being. That it doesn't matter whether you're a Christian or Muslim, but we see the ethos of Pentecostalism penetrating, and it came to the fruition during Obasanjo's regime. So these three books definitely change our understanding of the role of religion in Nigeria, and changes the way we study religion, both as a theoretical piece, as a methodological piece, and just as a social service. So I'm glad that they are here to speak. So I will turn the floor over to Ruth Marshall. She teaches at the University of Toronto. Ruth?
Yeah, thanks, Nimi. Wow, I'm now sweating. I have to get over the sweating from all the praising. But thank you so much. I'm really delighted to be here. And so I told Tony, he asked me what did I want to talk about. And I thought it might be worth going back to visit our old debate about the sovereignty, about the question around sovereignty. Because Nimi, I've had the singular honor, and it's very rare that a scholar gets this, to have Nimi's book, which was written after mine, essentially engage with my book in a way that you never get as a scholar. You never get that sort of close reading, careful engagement. And we still disagree, actually, on the question of sovereignty. But I think that his original criticism was good, because my argument in the book was really wasn't quite as developed as it might have been, or maybe it has become since. But what I was essentially trying to say was something that about the ways in which we share the same understanding of what Pentecostalism responds to in the moment that it really develops in the 70s and 80s in Nigeria as an empirical phenomenon. And as a response to a crisis, what I called a crisis of insecurity, which was not simply material, but also epistemological and ontological, a crisis of government. Right? And so I go on in great detail into this in the book. And really what I argued was that the problem, I located the difficulty around the Pentecostal conception of sovereignty in the undecidability of two things. The problem of discernment, which I'll focus the talk on. And the first one was the model, or the image, or the vision of sovereignty. And I used Arendt's arguments about Plato's understanding of mastery. And I pointed out that the trouble Pentecostalism runs into in Nigeria is its incapacity to create, because it fails. It's a failed foundationalism. I would put it that way. I would say that it fails to provide the sovereign foundation upon which its power can be articulated. And this is precisely because as Nimi points out, that Pentecostal theology is, and its conception of grace is a quasi-transcendental, right? It isn't actually foundational. And therefore, I consider this to be a great advantage of Pentecostalism, because one thing that worries me enormously as a political theorist is any claim to a solid foundation, right? So we can, if what's at stake is a new ordering of society in disarray or in the grips of radical insecurity at these levels, then we have to ask the question of what kind of regime is being ordered. And I've argued that Pentecostalism is incapable because of its inherent political theology, its instability around the question of authority and an orthodoxy, the fact that it's a deactivated grace to some extent, that is not always given over to the serious business of redemption, but is put to play in the question of everyday life, right? All of those articulations Nimi's made such a wonderful job of giving us make me ask the question about what are the political dangers, because I'm always worried about the political dangers. I don't really worry so much about the promises. I have very little faith in promises of the kind that are being made by groups like, the Pentecostal Church in Nigeria. I never expected them to solve the crisis of post-colonial Nigeria. So that's where I suppose some of my social scientist brain kicks in over my theologian brain. However, I think what Nimi's work does is complicate this question of sovereignty enormously. So I just like to, in what follows, I've actually didn't stop being an Africanist. I've thrown my hat into the ring, looking at what's going on in the US. And all I can say about paying attention to American charismatics for the last 5 years is they really, really, really made me miss my Nigerians. And it does also, it also underscores the extent to which this movement itself is not homogenous. It doesn't look the same everywhere you find it, right? And the possibilities, the implicit or inherent or the hidden possibilities within a Pentecostal articulation are actually very complicated and ambivalent and can be taken in any number of political directions. So my question is to try and, what I wanted to get at was to try and work from the ground up, and ethnographically, something like a Nigerian, a picture of a Nigerian political spirituality in that Foucauldian sense, right? So what does he call a political spirituality? He says, is not the most general political problem that of truth? How to link one to the other, the way of distinguishing the true and the false, and the mode of governing the self and others. The will to found both entirely anew, the one through the other, discover an altogether different division through another mode of self-governance, to govern oneself altogether differently through another division between the true and the false. That is what a political spirituality is, right? So here at the heart of this is the question of a political question around truth. And that is kind of where I'm going to focus my interest in the sovereignty of miracles now, right? And one of the things I've been really interested in is the ways in which militant forms of evangelical Christian subjectivity are being constructed today or presenting themselves as posing a problem for modern democratic politics. And specifically, I'm interested in how the problem is construed in terms of an opposition at a kind of epistemological level, and also on a question of language. Specifically, I'm interested in how the problem is construed in terms of an opposition between, on the one hand, reasoned debate, consensus and discourses on toleration, freedoms of conscience and speech, on the one hand, and on the other, an insurrectional speech operating on the register of the performative, the rhetorical, or the propagandistic, and a politics of agonism, antagonism, intolerance, or even violence, right? So my argument will be something like, so in this opposition, what we see is crucial is the relationship between language and truth. And not least since, which is what I've been focusing on recently, the paradigm of spiritual warfare, which Nimi has written a lot about, not least since the violence of spiritual warriors is mostly affected through their prayers and testimonies. So this leads us to ask the bigger question, and this is true, this is beyond the question of Pentecostalism, the place of an activist, pragmatist, or even performative model of truth for a political problematics of emancipation, as well as a deeper democratization, or the future even of democracy, which is right now an open question all of us have to be asking ourselves. I mean, this is a question that's been ongoing for Africanists and those working on the post-colonial moment, but I don't think any of us expected to see American democracy go down quite so quickly in flames, really. I'm not quite sure, but some of us have been seeing this coming for a certain amount of time. And I've been really tired of saying the religious right. I've been calling them the Bolsheviks of the right for over a decade, and only now people are starting to listen. One of the arguments is that the charismatic deployment of language as performative stages the event of conversion as that which deactivates or suspends the naturalized or juridical properties that define and categorize the believer. Right. So I found this to be really compelling. And this is an experience that this is something I discuss at length in my book, but the transcendence of the limits of situated existence, which is the kind of Pentecostal proposition, right? This capacity to transcend the limits of the situated existence is constructed through these is constructed discursively and through particular forms of speech. It's also materially constructed, right? And we can see this in the self-conscious cultivation and rhetorical protection of this ever-expanding spatial and temporal presence. We can see this in Nigeria, everywhere, but connecting believers across these virtual networks of shared aspirations and concerted actions, right? So what's most striking in this form of construction is the central role of embodied forms of inspired speech, tongues, prayer, praise, prophecy, both in the construction of militant subjects and the occupation of public space, right? So the problem then becomes one of militant subjectivities in a moment of profound political, in the US, I'm coming back to now, profound political polarization and division, right? And to what extent is it possible for us to think about the militancy that Pentecostalism develops as politically ambivalent, but thinking more carefully about what are the safeguards and what are the dangers, right? So I was going to go, and I don't know how. I'm not. Someone's timekeeping. Are you timekeeping, Nimi? You have to give me timekeeping, because I know you know me. I will talk for 40 minutes if you let me. So one of the
you have 10 minutes.
Yeah, see, I thought I had 15. There you go. So I might break. I was going to try. I was going to run over some of my conclusions in the book, but I don't think we really have time for that. I want to go directly to, I was talking about the famous complete break with the past, but essentially, one of the arguments I make is that, while on the one hand, the program of conversion in Nigeria self-consciously and critically engages with local cultural practices, moral codes, modes of sociabilities, rituals, forms of authority, and techniques of power, it subjects them to a normative reevaluation, which renders possible and legitimates these new practices, many of which are experienced as emancipatory, right? It also produces a body of knowledge and truth claims about them, and this competes with those produced by social science, right? So we have to understand ourselves as writing in a polemical relationship with Pentecostal pastors and other writers, right? Because there's a self-conscious engagement with the premises and the understandings of, post-Enlightenment thinking. And so one of the conclusions, born-again process of subjectivation, re-articulate the relationships amongst accumulation, work, debt, and domination. Right, so this is their engagement with the Nigerian political economy. And so I really focused in my book on the new individualism, and that's come up a lot today. The new individualism the movement gives rise to represents in many ways a revolutionary departure from the forms of social control and the cycle of debt and obligation that constituted historical forms of subjection on the continent. So this is an open question I have about Pentecostalism, and it's a question that I asked, and to what extent, and this is the final point I will make in the talk, is about race. To what extent should we understand the African embrace, the dramatic embrace, not just Africa, but across the global South, of Pentecostalism, insofar as it enables a passage to forms of social life that are more conducive to working within late neoliberal capitalism, right? So the nuclear versus the extended family, a variety of social transformations that are effected through Pentecostal modes of sociability and modes of coming together. But one of the arguments I make is that as a result of the ways in which this relationship with the Holy Spirit is developed at an individual level, what this prevents is the construction of rooted communities which have a very strong sense of identity. In other words, it does not give itself over to identity politics. And for me, this is a good thing. The fact that it's post-foundational, it's failed foundationalism, means that it's unable to create those kinds of forms of theocratic sovereignty that would instantiate community. If you think about political theology, right, we can think about it, here's my cross, as having two axes, right? The horizontal one, which is that of the divine, the figure of divine sovereignty, as in Hobbes or in Zenosa Cortez, or so all these theories of sovereignty, a power greater than which none can be thought. But on the other hand, that power constructs a horizontal, which is the community. So there's a political theology of community. And what I found was the way in which sovereignty is imagined in Pentecostalism prevents the construction of something like a political identity that would mobilize itself in a way that would, as it were, enact the revolutionary claims of Pentecostalism that it appears to make. And I think that this is a fundamental limit within Pentecostal political theology itself, which is a good one, a good limit. Because the last thing I want to see is a theocratic form, a fully theocratic form of Pentecostal political theology. Because my argument is that it is fundamentally, from the Acts, an inflected form of sovereignty. So let's see. So let me see where I'm at. So the question of discernment is actually crucial in this bigger question about the political risks involved in Pentecostalism, because there's no authoritative way to identify the source of supernatural power. Converts cannot be sure that their neighbors are free from satanic influence. Hence, the need arises to exercise personal experience of satanic affliction through these public rituals of deliverance, and to interpret such experiences in terms not only of individual moral failure, but the dangers posed by enemies. Now, I've noticed in the last decade, although I've not been in Nigeria for almost a decade, that this focus on deliverance ministry has become more intense. I'm not sure that that's an empirical claim I'd want to stake my life on, but it does appear to me that it's certainly been it's come up in a long, not that it wasn't always there, but if I look at Olukoya's ministry, for example, and his friend Stella Emmanuel, which I have a slide to share with you guys later. I was going to do a PowerPoint with fun pictures, but I realized it was just distracting. So the struggle to secure certainty to institute the basis for new forms of social exchange and trust is permanently interrupted by the omnipresent possibility of evil powers. And then the exhortation to love thy neighbor as thyself is overcome by the necessity of discerning, convicting, and overcoming the evil the neighbor may be harboring with or without his or her own knowledge, right? So the problem of discernment for me is like a huge one. And the possibility of securing authoritative knowledge that could provide the grounds for trust and security in social relations are evidenced by the ever-present testimony of spiritual warfare, right? So spiritual warfare becomes the ways in which this uncertainty or this difficulty of discernment is dramatized against the legions of evil spirits that block access to success, health, wealth, and salvation. Right. And so I think this mirrors a broader drama of the post-colonial political economy, where trust, there's Iyayi's book, Festus Iyayi. He says the trust, the open handshake is gone, and women are used like logs are used for the fire, right? And a recognition of the breakdown of social trust. So I'm thinking again now of other, if we go back to the American scene, we look at Wendy Brown. Bill Connolly's also written about this, and even Zizek, and I realize that they don't know anything about what they call fundamentalist Christianity, and that it does matter actually to get the empirical details right. But she does talk about what she calls the anti-democratic effects of what she calls fundamentalist Christianity. And by that, she really understands Tim LaHaye. So she's really thinking charismatics or Pentecostals when she's referring to fundamentalist Christianity on an American public discourse, where truth based on facts has given way to what Colbert calls truthiness, right? But she flags its declarative and revelatory model of truth, whose rhetorical force inheres not in reasoned argumentation, but the performative power of speech. God said, let there be light, is exemplary of, quote, an original recognition that a saying can be a doing and a making, that an utterance can bring truth into being and thus literally make and remake reality. And we can think of St. Augustine, right? So it's power that, the performative power that makes the truth. And in politics, it often does so forever, right? Think of declarations of independence, for example. How much time, Nimi?
3 more minutes.
No, Jesus. All right. So Nimi, I have got to the good part is you. So I actually picked you up on this from Nigerian Pentecostalism. And so I think of so this is my figure of Pentecostal sovereignty, right? So we take the Acts 2 moment. when we think of, so Paul's war is evangelical. We think about, for we walk in the flesh, we do not war in the flesh, for the weapons of our warfare are not worldly, but have divine power to destroy strongholds. What are these strongholds? We destroy arguments and every proud logismus, reasonings, and every proud obstacle to the knowledge of God, and take every thought captive to obey Christ. So I take this as the evangelical mission, right? This is the strategia. This is the campaign that Paul is waging. His war is evangelical, spreading the good news in the face of persecution and unbelief, destroying the strongholds of the devil presented as arguments, logismus or reasonings, affects, proud obstacles, and thoughts. In short, the hubristic claim to the authority or self-sufficiency of human reason or any knowledge that would not be of God. What Adeboye calls the traditions of men, or what Peter Wagner or Olukoya call false gods and satanic idols. Spiritual warfare is thus waged through language, the performative rhetorical force of speech, which aren't identical, but both refer to an order of truth beyond the order of the predicative or the constative, right? And this is particularly significant when we consider the ways in which the Holy Spirit empowers the believer and charges their prayers with the life-transforming, world-changing force, right? The model of Pentecost. So I say the scene can be interpreted as a supersessionist inflection of the Old Testament figure of sovereignty. The relationship between logos and divine power is no longer that of a sovereign command that descends in a single strike, kore on the Sabbath, for example, poof. It is now that of the imminent division and dissemination of a spectral divinity through language and diaspora, a tongue of fire on every head, prophecies in the mouths of every man and woman, free and slave, right? And so the sense of Pentecost is given in Peter's confirmation of the expectation, the belief, and the realization that the divine invisible can manifest itself. And this is Nimi, I'm quoting here, well, paraphrasing. Its nonsense or divine sense is that, quote, the unsayable sense of the manifestation can say itself in tongue speech, right? He thus analyzes contemporary Nigerian Pentecostal hermeneutics from under the theme of the desire for the real. He's using the example of Peter's response at Pentecost of a this is a that. This, what you see now, is what Joel gave us, right? Connecting the old covenant and the new in this performative moment, right? Removes the distance between the now, the then and the now, the thisness of the phenomenal realm of the Nigerian believer's life and the thatness of the noumenal, the time of the apostles, the miracle narrated in Acts and reenacted through tongues. That is a phantasmatic support of the this, according to Nimi. For Wariboko, the practice of this is fundamentally about grasping the thing itself, the real. Okay, now you're speaking Lacanese instead of tongues. The law is do not give up in your desire to reach the thing beyond the phenomenal realm. But what you brilliantly and boldly realize is that this difference, this gap between the this and the that is, quote, for us. It is the believer who connects the dots between the phenomenal this and the numeral that for his benefit, interest, or aggrandizement. He then asks the questions of whether such a formulation does not take the form of some hubris of absolute knowing. So I'm going to pose you this question in the end. You argue, on the other hand, that the believer's claim is that rather about the finitude of knowledge. Okay, so in fact, you're trying to claim that rather than a believer claiming that kind of authoritative hubris of absolute knowing, that in fact what the believer is doing is the contrary. I'm not sure about this. But so without following the Zizeki and Lacanian arguments, I would make your point slightly differently in a way that underscores the same incertitude or finitude or fundamental contestability at the heart of Pentecostal hermeneutics and knowledge that you are trying to flag here. The this of the tongues of fire and Acts is related by Peter to the that of the prophecy of Joel, right? The original iteration doesn't manifest the presence of God as such either, right? It's not the foundation or the guarantor, but merely a promise of his presence. Actualized to the temporality of the prophetic utterance. The original, I know I'm not done. One more minute. The original that is properly spectral at once a beginning and a not yet, right? So what Nimi gets is that he asked the question, is the performance of miracles standing all on its own foundation? And wonders what might stop the believer from going beyond the Bible to seek support elsewhere, right? Such as his personal degree of anointing, right? Does this not tell us that the place or the foundation of the this is empty? Is the empty place of the gap not the place of Pentecostal subjectivity? Is it not where the Pentecostal miracle worker inserts himself and makes the annunciation, this is that, right? So he says it's a positive condition. Pentecostal desire is longing to inhabit this empty space. And so what my final word will be, how is it then, do we avoid the problem, this desire to inhabit the empty space, with it being, I mean, I understand that your argument is that it's impossible to inhabit, but we can in the world act as if we are doing it. And that, I believe, is what we are seeing. How then do you prevent, given the fundamental indeterminacy of a Pentecostal hermeneutics, this filling of the empty space? Because one of the things I've noticed, you didn't make this connection, is that the foundational emptiness of the gap the Pentecostal longs to inhabit is structurally equivalent to the empty place of power and democracy, as Claude Lefort sets it out, right? No one person can fill it. The transcendent that can never be incarnated, never brought to full presence, but only manifested in this flickering spectral form, like tongues of fire. It's a sharing out, a spacing through language, whose sovereign substance and consistency emerges from the presence of each one and all together. Language is shared or it is not. But then, so I have a whole section on glossolalia, which I'll leave out, but I'm going to leave you with the question about the empty place of power and democracy. And am I right in thinking that desire to fill the gap is similar to that the desire that almost all despots or all wannabe totalitarians have, is to fill the empty place of power. And so that is where I see the danger. And that's where I want to leave it. Thank you for putting up with my overgo. Sorry.
Thank you, Ruth, very much. Actually, I made that point in the Nigerian Pentecostalism about the empty space of power. It's somewhere in there.
Yes, it's there, but I'm arguing with the fact that this is going to lead to the political theocracy that I'm so concerned about.
Okay, so God will save us.
Ah.
So let's turn to Professor Olufemi Vaughan for his 20 minutes of presentation. Then after him, we'll go to Professor Ebenezer, and then we'll open it up for discussion. Yeah, Professor Vaughan, can Anna or somebody, can you unmute him? He needs to be on mute.
Yeah. Yes. Okay. Thank you. Thanks very much, Nimi. Ruth, I know it's always going to be a challenge coming right after you. And I mean, it's equally going to be a challenge going before Ebenezer Obadari. At any rate, good evening from Amherst, Massachusetts. It's a pleasure to join my esteemed colleagues on this panel to share some thoughts in this plenary session on the remarkable work of Professor Nimi Wariboko. Before I start, I would like to thank Professor Falola for convening this amazing gathering. Egmont, thank you very much for putting this together. So rather than give a conventional plenary talk in which one presents an overview of the discussion in the various panels and chart a pathway forward, I will follow following the endorsement and permission of Professor Wariboko, focus my talk on a review of Wariboko's career as a scholar and a teacher. I hope this approach will add more content, context, dimension, and texture to the exceptional academic career and scholarship of the man we're celebrating his work today. So let me first mention that Nimi Wariboko, the renowned scholar that we celebrate in his work today, is a good friend who I've admired as a scholar and a human being for just about 2 decades. Over these years, I've had the privilege to follow Wariboko's brilliant scholarship, collaborate with him, and have had many conversations on a variety of scholarly subjects across the humanities and the social sciences, especially those dealing with the conditions of Africans and people of African descent all around the world. As we all know, Wariboko is indeed a brilliant and prolific scholar whose many books, scholarly articles, book chapters, reviews, and commentary traverse intellectual endeavors as varied as African studies, Africana intellectual thought, philosophy, economics, finance, religious studies, history, political studies, theology, and ethics. All areas of the work that I'm sure many of you have discussed in various panels earlier today. So to discuss Wariboku's far-reaching scholarship, I will reflect on his biography as a professional academic and then focus attention on some specific aspect of his scholarly works. Professor Wariboku received his bachelor's degree, as most of you know, with a first-class honors in economics from the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria in 1984, his MBA in finance and accounting from Columbia University in 1992, a Master's of Divinity, summa cum laude from Oral Roberts University in 2003, and his PhD from the Princeton Theological Seminary in 2004. After his MBA and short stint on Wall Street, he went back to his native Nigeria to work in a major commercial bank in Lagos in 1992. While working in this bank, Wariboku noticed that there was no proper manual to train bank staff in financial statement analysis. The absence of this critical document led to the publication of his first book, Financial Statement Analysis, in 1993. Such was the vision and conscientious commitment of Wariboku. He has a knack, more than so many other people I know, to see gaps in our knowledge and find ways to fill them. Quick on the heels of his first book, Wariboku launched into a second, again out of necessity. In 1994, his second book, Principles and Practice of Bank Valuation and Analysis, a book which sought to raise the level of corporate finance expertise in banking valuation in Nigeria, was written at a time of severe economic crisis in his native Nigeria, a time when many banks were failing in the country. Wariboku's third book, The Mind of an African Strategist, was also a response to a major gap in our knowledge. This time, a response to a local arbitration case in his native Kalabari community in the Nigerian Niger Delta region in 1997. Significantly, these three books marked the beginning of Wariboku's foray into the scholarship of African economic and financial studies in Nigeria's turbulent 1990s. A critical subject which I believe will resonate in his scholarship over the years. So Professor Wariboku's detour from economics and finance into what eventually became his professional life was, for me, fortuitous. Some of you may know that Nimi is a man of deep Christian faith, who in the late 1990s and early 2000s serves as associate pastor in a New York parish of the Redeemed Christian Church of God, Africa's preeminent transnational Pentecostal church movement. In 2001, while planning to apply to do a PhD in economics, the senior pastor of his church encouraged Nimi to consider a doctorate in theology because of his growing influence in the Redeemed Christian Church movement. In fall 2002, he enrolled in a Master's of Divinity program at Oral Roberts University, which I mentioned earlier, where he graduated summa cum laude 2 years later. The following year. Significantly, before enrolling in a PhD program, Wariboku had already published 5 books and 18 scholarly articles and book chapters. Wariboku achieved all of this while he was working as an investment banker on Wall Street, as a pastor, as an adjunct professor at the New York University and Hofstra University, and while working at the New York Institute of Finance. Enrolled in the PhD program at the Princeton Theological Seminary in 2004. He would complete a PhD, a rigorous program in one of the nation's leading schools of theology in only 2 years, in 2006. In 2007, Professor Wariboko assumed his first full-time academic position at Andover Theological School in Newton, Massachusetts, as the Catherine B. Stewart Associate Professor of Christian Ethics. He was promoted to the rank of full professor 2 years later. In 2005, Wariboko was appointed the Walter G. Muller Professor of Social Ethics at Boston University School of Theology. So before I was invited to participate in this plenary panel, I have quietly wondered how Nimi came to this unique academic career in interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary research. With this invitation, I decided to explore this question by reviewing Wariboko's professional trajectory in the context of his fascinating biography. Through this exploration, I noticed that the young Wariboko's undergraduate training at the University of Port Harcourt in Nigeria from 1980 to 1984 emphasized a distinctive multidisciplinary approach in the production of knowledge. With Port Harcourt's unique multidisciplinary curriculum that ensured the established British tradition of digging deep into a specific subject in a discipline, Wariboko was compelled to take courses across the social sciences, humanities, sciences, and the arts in disciplines as varied as political science, sociology, anthropology, geography, economic science and technology, history, and Igbo, amongst others. In his major area of studies at Port Harcourt, economics, Wariboko focused much of his attention on Marxist and neoclassical economics, two competing perspectives in economic theory. As a doctoral student at Princeton Theological Seminary, he took seminars just across the road at Princeton University in political theory, sociology of development, analytical philosophy, and systematic ethics. Back at Princeton Theological Seminar, Wariboko took courses in religion and science, Paul Tillich, Aristotle, continental philosophy, theology, and social theory, social ethics, and sociology of religion. Ultimately, he wrote a truly brilliant dissertation on the ethics of the global monetary system, drawing on his training in economics at the University of Port Harcourt, his MBA in finance and accounting at Columbia, and his initial training on Wall Street. All this is to say that Wariboko's undergraduate and graduate education demonstrate remarkable scope of intellectual inquiry that laid the foundation for his exemplary academic career. So moving forward, I would like to further reflect on the extent in which this eclectic background shaped the intellectual range of Wariboko's scholarship in various disciplines, especially in the humanities and the humanistic social sciences. In this context, I briefly map out the trajectory of Wariboko's work across various academic disciplines. In my reflection on Wariboko's over 100 publications, including 20 books, in disciplines as varied as economics, finance, philosophy, theology, history, political science, science, technology, and society, the tapestry of his work informed by the unique interdisciplinary and transdisciplinary impulses predicated on diligent quest for knowledge, rigorous theorizing, judicious contextualization, and systematic application of methodological approaches. It is apparent from these impressive works that Wariboko is a voracious and critical reader, always searching for ideas that will stretch the limits of his mind and his imagination. This approach to the production of knowledge has shaped the intellectual depth and range of his scholarship across various disciplines. This quotation by my co-panelist, Professor Ebenezer Obadare, in his review of one of Wariboku's book, Ethics and Society in Nigeria, I believe encapsulate this important aspect of his thinking. In it, Obadare contends, and I quote, his book are so rich in divagations and allusions that you are happy he does not make his point sooner. His style across what is effectively a one-man archive is to grab the question or themes by their conceptual throat and smother it until he squeezes the last possible ounce of meaning from it. He piles animadversions on conjectures, cross-fertilizing and breeding them with insights from a vast array of disciplines: philosophy, theology, history, sociology, literary criticism, cultural studies, and intellectual traditions. Half measures are not for Wariboku. Ideas cascades from him the way waters crashes down Niagara. Although trained as a theologian, his work, and according to Obadare, I mean this as a compliment, is difficult to categorize. You must be one of a handful of scholars who can summon Zizek, Soyinka, Mudimbe, Arendt, Achebe, Tillich, Rancière, Rousseau in the same paragraph and get away with it, end quote. Quoted from the Journal of Religion in Africa. Because of my own recent interest in religion and state society formation in Africa, particularly Nigeria, I will further underscore the brilliance of Wariboku's work in one of his landmark books, the book that Ruth referenced earlier, and that is Nigerian Pentecostalism, published in 2014. A subject I am sure is extensive, as has been extensively covered in several panels today. In this authoritative book on the history, politics, theory, and philosophy of Nigeria's remarkable Pentecostal revolution since the imposition of colonial rule on the Nigerian region at the turn of the 20th century, Wariboku provides a detailed cross-disciplinary analysis of how this dynamic religious movement transformed Nigeria's diverse society. Drawing from critical readings across humanities and social science disciplines, Wariboku situates the book in the broader context of landmark scholarship on African charismatic and Pentecostal studies. With this tapestry of scholarship, Wariboku reveals fascinating layers of dialectical tensions, temporal and transcendence, phenomenal and nominal, sacred and profane, desire and disgust, good and evil, subject bodies and invisible spirits. Following a succinct analysis of relevant theoretical perspectives and methodological approaches, as well as a judicious review of the historical background of Nigerian Pentecostalism, Wariboku engages a great deal of major themes that are the core of the evolution of Nigeria's remarkable Pentecostal movement. Notably, how the movement evolved from African-initiated churches, the movement's connection to Christian missionary churches, its immediate antecedent in Christian spiritual interdenomination movements, the movement's connection to the custodians of state power in the post-colonial era, and the connection between the explosion of Pentecostal churches and the crisis of neoliberal reform in the global era. Within the context of this crisis of the post-colonial Nigerian state, Wariboku locates the exponential growth of Nigeria's Pentecostal churches, effectively making this movement the most dominant religious force in post-colonial Nigerian history. This brilliant book, alongside other outstanding, equally exceptional books on the subject, including those by two of my colleagues on this panel, Marshall and Obadare, engages one of the most important subjects in contemporary Nigerian society. As we celebrate Professor Wariboku's outstanding work, I would like to end my talk by highlighting those behind the scene issues that matter so much in the academic profession, but one that most of us, including really exceptional scholars, don't always do very well, and that is how Wariboku has used his enormous intellectual capacity and energy to support other scholars, mentor young scholars, and advance actionable public policy in various African countries, particularly his native Nigeria. To address my curiosity, I took the liberty to approach Wariboku with my question. I was intrigued with the humble answer he gave me. Permit me, please, to summarize my impression of our conversation. And he's not quite aware, actually, that I was going to say this. So I don't mean to put you on the spot, Nimi, so please bear with me. Professor Wariboku told me that the mother who raised him taught him to offer help by way of labor or economic resources to all that ask. When fellow scholars ask him, and I am a beneficiary of this generosity, to comment on their work, he takes them very much as his own. There are days that he spends hours on end discussing other scholars' work, of fleshing out brilliant ideas. Some of you may not know this. He's called upon by governments and corporate leaders to offer policy insights, which he's always ready to give free of charge. I believe the unifying theme on this very important matter is really the concept of human flourishing, something that I discussed with Nimi quite a bit. This is at the center of Wariboku's calling, the social transformation of communities that will allow citizens to actualize their God-given potentialities. For Wariboku, scholarship is about how we marshal our intellectual capabilities to nudge our systems, institutions, ethos, and practices in the quest for human flourishing. I wish to end my talk by identifying 5 notable values that I believe Wariboku brings to his intellectual and academic pursuit, so vividly reflected in his scholarship and on economics and social ethics. Questions effectively discussed by panelists earlier today. And they are: first, every human life matters. Second, much of the varying perspectives of these human experiences matter. Third, all persons are entitled to human flourishing. Fourth, in every situation, there's a capacity to extend human potentialities. And finally, we should strive to resist whatever thwarts the actualization of our God-given potentialities. He noted humbly during our conversation that he is the beneficiary of the kindness and generosity of many other people. In another conversation many years ago, I recall him saying, and he may not remember this, saying to me that he was raised by an indefatigable single mother with modest means. While growing up, many good people contributed their time and resources to support him. Even today, Wariboku notes, many people are still assisting him in various ways. Take, for instance, this really very wonderful event, the vision and effort of Professor Tony Falola. Furthermore, he grew up in the Kalabari Ijaw culture, which taught him to pay attention to the needs of the community as a whole. There's a proverb, he told me, in his native Ijaw tradition that teaches against crass individualism, positing that the community will always outlast the individual. Wariboku, the progressive Christian intellectual, Pan-Africanist, Nigerian nationalist, and proud son of Kalabari Ijaw, is striving to figure out the notion of Christian love, struggling to live up to that simple and eternal, but yet complicated and elusive radical Christian admonition: love thy neighbor as yourself. I thank you all for your attention and your time.
Thank you very much, Professor Vaughan. We would quickly move to Ebenezer Obadere, also for his own plenary address. Then after that, we'll open up to questions and reflection. Then I think the next section is reflection. And so we might continue, and that is going to be led by Dr. Ambassador Egali, who is going to lead that section of reflection. So at some point when the time is over, he will just take over and we'll go into that open reflections about what has happened all through the morning till now for the past more than 12 hours, 14 hours also. So we have time for reflections and all the questions that you didn't have time to ask, all the things I wanted to say that I didn't say, probably that will be a moment. And as Professor Falola said, that may be a moment when you can ask me questions to answer and I cannot artfully dodge it. I have to respond to you. So that will be that moment. So, and that will start immediately after this. So, Professor Ebenezer Obadere, please go.
Thank you, Professor Wariboko. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. It's a real pleasure to be here. Let me start by, I'm going to make two preliminary comments, and then I'm going to talk about, what I wanted to say about your work. I want to start by thanking Professor Falola. I think someone noted earlier that this event started at 4 a.m. And I tuned in, like 3 or 4 times on YouTube, to check in on panels that I thought I might enjoy, and I wanted to listen to the speakers. And every now and then I will see Professor Falola's face. And then it occurred to me, this man has been awake since 4 a.m. And then I remember he sent an email 2 hours before 4 a.m. to remind people that the conference will start at 4 a.m. So there's a Yoruba proverb, ohun tí àgbàlagbà fi ń jẹ ẹ̀kọ, abẹ́ ìwé ló wà. The translation, my translation is rough, is what an elder eats with his cornmeal or with his pap is right under the wrap leaf. So I'm hoping that Professor Falola will indulge all of us, younger ones with, the source of, just let us into the source of his tremendous energy. An energy that I have to say, that Professor Wariboko also, something that he's guilty of. I wasn't sure what to say. I knew I was the last speaker, and I knew that, I thought, it's going to, when I was thinking about what to say, I thought, oh, it's going to be, people will have had a long day. So this is going to be very short. And in a way, Professor Vaughan already stole my thunder by taking an excerpt from, and I'm going to try and repeat, some of that, but I'm going to just try and speak generally, about Professor Wariboko and talk about just one aspect, of his prodigious scholarship. So allow me to start with an anecdote that for me captures the essence of Wariboko. So the year, and I hope he remembers this, the year was 2016, and my book, Humor, Silence, and Civil Society in Nigeria, had just been published. I was in Seattle attending that year's American Sociological Association conference when my phone rang. It was Professor Wariboko. He had just finished reading the book. He was excited by it, and he wanted to have what he called a quick chat. I was thrilled and intrigued at the same time. I set down my Starbucks coffee, bracing myself with what I thought would be a quick conversation. Little did I know. So after 15 minutes had passed, I took leave of the Starbucks stand and headed towards the nearest elevator, not going anywhere in particular. After an hour, my phone was eating up, so I headed for my room in the hotel where I could set the phone down while I continued the conversation. It wasn't much of a conversation since I spent most of the time taking notes. And at any rate, it continued for another hour and a half. Within that period, Wariboko had taken me on a dizzying tour of more or less the major landmarks in philosophy, political science, cultural studies, theology, history, psychology, and literary criticism. Suffice to say that that day, I got what you get when you converse with him or read any of his multiple books. I got an education. Wariboko takes no theoretical prisoners. He examines all ideas, lofty and minuscule, with the same implacable intensity and seriousness. Here is a man for whom thinking is a duty. Which brings me to my main observation about Wariboko's scholarship, and that is his sheer range. As I wrote in my review of his book, Ethics and Society in Nigeria, Identity, History, Political Theory, and as Professor Vaughan just highlighted in his commentary, he must be one of a handful of scholars anywhere in the world able to invoke Zizek, Soyinka, Mbembe, Arendt, Achebe, Tillich, Ramsey, and Rousseau on the same page, and often in the same paragraph, and get away with it. And by getting away with it, I mean make sense. The average scholar is perfectly content to write a journal article or two a year. And for some of us, even that is a struggle. Wariboko publishes a book or two in the same period. A journal article is an excuse for him to clear his throat. His books, as Professor Vaughan quoted me as saying earlier, are so rich in divagations and allusions that you are happy it does not make his point sooner. It's a natural raconteur, and you can practically hear him singing along with Fela, I never tell you finish, I never tell you finish. His style across what we must now categorize as a one-man archive is, as Professor Vaughan quoted earlier, to grab a question or theme by the conceptual throat and smother it until it squeezes the last possible ounce of meaning, from it. He piles animadversions on conjectures, cross-fertilizing and braiding them with insights from a vast array of disciplines and intellectual traditions. And such is his width that one must wonder whether the description of him, not least by himself as a theologian, does not in fact undersell what he actually is. I say all of this to make a point that I consider to be crucial, especially in light of the turn towards the so-called decoloniality by a section of African and post-colonial scholars. If Wariboko's body of work teaches anything, if it teaches us anything, it is the following. We do not have to choose between Arendt and Oyewumi, between Soyinka and Brecht, between Locke and Ontonji, between Mbembe and Plato, or between Tillich and Bediako. On the contrary, we can choose all. Wariboko's work is an eloquent demonstration of the fact that ultimately, and ultimately is the key operative word here, ideas have no color. There are neither Western nor non-Western ideas, only good and bad ones. Reason is neither racial nor cultural. And all told, boundaries only exist in the minds of those who refuse to put their imagination to work. I know, I'm looking for trouble, and I'm ready. One could call Wariboko's work inter or transdisciplinary, and while one will be right, one will still be missing the point. For I doubt that Wariboko ever set out and told himself, see that disciplinary boundary out there, just watch me as I cross it. At any rate, and perhaps more important, I'm not even sure one does what he does by saying and thinking in strictly transdisciplinary terms, whatever that may mean. What Wariboko does is think, argue, rethink, and think again. To think is to put oneself in communion with others who do the same, whether before, now, or in the future. To think is to rise above the temptations and fictions of race, ideology, sexuality, and gender. And whether listening to or reading Wariboko, I always visualize this unending feedback loop in which ideas are fed into what seems like a giant intellectual grinder, broken down, mashed up, and then reconstituted. In so doing, Wariboko has enabled a vigorous and productive conversation among a wide array of thinkers and intellectual traditions that, on the face of it, may appear estranged. Like a good German, is more interested in actually catching fish than in who one's fishing companions are or the color of one's fishing boat. We should all be grateful for in the process, and by being steadfastly committed to his first intellectual principles, he has arguably done more than any other scholar working on the subject to put Nigerian Pentecostalism on the world theological map. Thanks to him, we now understand better what he describes as Pentecostals' ways of saying, being, and doing. Being a Pentecostal himself and a man of the cloth to boot, Wariboko would probably say of his prodigious scholarship that it is the Lord's doing. Fine. All I can say is that it is marvelous in our eyes. Thank you.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. So, thank you, Professor Benezet. So that gives us 25 minutes in this section for questions, for reflections, for expansions. Hopefully no one will hold anybody by the throat and squeeze out anything. At least we're on the internet, so you can hold anybody by the throat, like contextual of. Is that what?
Go ahead.
Yeah. So if you want to ask a question, I'll be looking at.
Falungam wants to have identified him.
Okay.
Please.
Okay, go on.
So I again, this is not my area, but I'm very grateful to have been around and to learn so much. So one area that I would like to move the discussion is that I have seen a lot of parallels, a lot of similarities between the way Sufi Islam has adapted in Africa and has been transformed by African cultures, and the way that Pentecostalism has also been transformed in Africa by African cultures. And so I was wondering if there is any interest in your area of comparative studies of how actually the African cooking pot is actually transforming these foreign religions that come, so that they can resonate with the masses. Because, for example, let's just take the example of the prosperity gospel. I mean, you have similar narratives in Sufi traditions of the Murids. So the belief in paradise in this life as the prelude for paradise in the afterlife is guaranteed to Murid disciples. Okay. So I saw so many parallels, and I was just wondering if there is any work among scholars of Pentecostal Christianity in Africa that looks also at similar patterns that we find with Sufi Islam. And then one of the reasons why Sufi Islam has actually spread across many parts of Africa is because of the incorporations of the local moral philosophies. And it's just to me so apparent that there's so many parallels, and I just wonder if anyone has looked at comparatively these dimensions. So thank you very, very much.
Yeah, thank you. I have something to say, but I would let Ruth actually came to Nigeria initially fascinated by Islam, and somehow, as a Pentecostal would say, the Holy Spirit caught her, and she went to Jesus' house, Papa, and that's how she worked with Tony Rapo, and she was his usher for a long time, Jesus' house, Papa, and that's how she became interested in Pentecostal. But at least it was study of Islam or something that, as he said. So she may have something to say, and Professor Vaughan also works at the intersection of Islam and Christianity. He may have something to say. Then, after them or any other person, maybe I may offer my thoughts. So, and in also I've studied the issue of Islam and Christian relationship in southwestern Nigeria. Mm-hmm. So he.
And if I might just add one more point, I edited a volume not long ago where in Ethiopia, for example, the Orthodox Christians and the Orthodox Muslims draw from the same healing traditions, and they borrow numerology and the science of religious healings. Although they belong to two different traditions. So I'm just fascinated with this comparative theological blending of African traditions and Christianity and Islam.
Mm-hmm. Well, I don't know where you get this, Nimi. You know, I like this story of my beginning in Nigeria, but in fact, I was working in human rights. In fact, I was billeted to stay with Pastor Foursquare Pastor, famous medical doctor, Eze Onuzo. And that's whose house I lived in. And he spent his summer trying to convert me. And that is how I had decided to do a PhD on Pentecostalism, because they really tried. They really tried. But yeah, but I would argue that my last chapter, in fact, so not so much Sufism, but I would say the reformist tradition in Nigeria. And I do a kind of possibly specious, and John Peel and I argued quite a lot about this. But I was delighted to see in his final book that was published posthumously, that he actually agreed that I was maybe not so wrong about, I made an argument for a kind of a comparison that the developments within the reformist tradition, which isn't so much, it's Sufi to some extent, right? Because we have the brotherhoods in Nigeria, but it's just a broadly more kind of Sunni, possibly even Salafi to some extent, depending on who you're looking to. And then there is also kind of not Shia, but yeah, a kind of political Islam, that tradition that we can see in the history of the 20th century. So I make an argument that the rise of Pentecostalism mirrors or parallels to some extent that of the reformist movement in Islam. And that's my 6th chapter, which basically sort of argues that the insertion of Pentecostalism and Islam into party politics isn't, if you that's what you're focusing when you look at the political impact of Pentecostalism, then you're missing the boat, really. You're missing the point. But they're both engaged with a problem of justice, right? And that was the kind of argument that I made, but also the difficulty, and this comes back to the question of sovereignty, right? So why does Sharia become such a huge issue in 2000? It's largely around the problem of the failure of, the post-colonial order to provide access to justice to the common man. And there was something naive in it, because Nigerians are very politically sophisticated and savvy, in the idea that judges who had to worry about their eternal salvation might take a different view of being corrupt when it comes to justice, the deliverance of justice in courts. And in fact, it was a popular demand that the leaders had to acquiesce to, without, otherwise they would have been accused of apostasy. And so I think there are interesting parallels in the demand, in the construction of new modes of social interaction that are critical of the ones that came before, that had promises that were ruined in the post-colonial period. That's kind of my argument. And that both of the promises that were inherent in these different traditions, which part of a very, especially in the Southwest, very much a kind of intentional, Karen Barber talks a lot about this, but also John Peel, a kind of intentional civic space that was determined to come up with a kind of conservative modernist understanding of citizenship. This breaks down, I think, in the 70s and 80s. And I think you get then that moment, which is, so difficult with the kind of explosion of the miraculous and the excess, that the excess breaks out in a sense, and does what it does in a lot of the world. I mean, you can see this now in the US with the QAnon and the kind of the language of cult behavior that's now being associated with a certain degree or intensity of support. And this comes from the charismatics, after all. The other big question, though, I would like to throw back, I didn't have a chance because I always talk too long, but the big question I had for Nimi as well, and for everybody else, is to what extent does this problem of the Christianization of Africa, which is, of course, we know, part of the civilizing mission, and one of the, reading Madimbe, I tend to think he overstates his case to some extent, because I think there are, and Nimi would agree with me, spaces of hope. And, obviously I end my book with the quote from Romans, hope that is seen is not hope. That's the last line of my book, in fact, because I do recognize this space of hope. But what I worry about is, practically speaking, in any given context, that this kind of militancy also is limited by the form in which it finds itself. And I would argue that Christianity has a reckoning that it must engage with, particularly in the US, obviously, but everywhere, as racism, contemporary modern racism, is a function of Christian ontology. And I'm not going to argue this because I don't have time, but I want to take that idea up. And you know who I'm thinking of now, Nimi? I'm thinking of I have a brilliant PhD student, Sean Capener, who has done amazing work on medieval usury, and makes the argument that the construction of value and the according of value, not simply to human lives, is a function of creating a category of persons who are not able to participate in this value. And I think what we're looking at today is something like what Marx used to call it the surplus, the lumpen proletariat, where the army reserve of wage labor. There is no longer that. They are absolutely superfluous humanity. So my question then is, how does Pentecostalism respond? Besides, it's obviously better to live in hope than in despair, but practically speaking, what are all I see empirically is what you said, Nimi, that it is essentially the best expression of late neoliberal capitalism as it performs itself today. So I had that open question because I'm always you're right.
So thank you. Let's go to Ebenezer. Then we'll come to Vaughn, so that he's not always the last person speaking. Yeah, can you unmute them? Professor Ebenezer.
Let's go.
Yeah. Can the subaltern speak? Okay, I've been unmuted now.
You're the subaltern compared to our man.
No, I actually don't mind speaking last. I mean, these are two, I mean, Uncle Von is my mentor, so I can always speak after him. I wanted to push back on Professor Falugom's question, actually, and ask him and all of us whether it is fair, after all this time, to still call Christianity and Islam foreign religions in Africa. Right? So Yorubas have a proverb, you know, right? That if you wrap, you know, a piece of soap, you know, with a leaf, after a while, the distinction between the two becomes academic, right? And I want us to actually question the assumption that Christianity or Pentecostalism, you know, as the dominant expression of it right now, is foreign to Africa. Because what we've actually seen is this process of, I mean, so you see the creativity and the penchant for hybridization, you know, of the African agent at play when you think about, you know, people's relationship with Christianity, the sense of intellectual, moral, and cultural ownership of these religions tells us something about how people identify themselves with them. And I'm refusing to accept your premise that these are actually foreign religions. I think we should retire that claim.
Okay, all right. So Professor Von.
Yeah, I second that observation, Professor Badari. And as you were talking, I'm reminded of the young John Peel and Robin Hutton, that classic essay in the journal Africa, I believe in the late 1960s, early 1970s. I return to those two seminar essays all the time, or at least to engage this particular question on the side of Christianity. But I think it's also very much relevant for Islam, as Professor Ngom knows, and very much through his own work. And for me, that's actually what is surprising about the framing of the question. His brilliant book actually says the exact opposite. So I don't mean to put my brother on the spot. You know, the book that we all tell our students to read, and so many of us are jealous we haven't written a book like that. Anyway. So I really think it's important to second that observation. The only thing I just want to add, I too am surprised actually there's no real comparative work between Pentecostalism and Sufism, particularly Tijaniya, right? Mm-hmm. For a whole host of different reasons, not because of the utilitarian, you know, question as you posed them, Falo. Oftentimes, the point of analysis or comparison is always between charismatic Pentecostalism and Salafi Islamic reformism, which is, I mean, the person who has done that work so brilliantly is Ruth Marshall. I mean, yeah. So if you and I think that the modernist project in those two movements are particularly important to reflect upon. The modernist project although so many people will see charismatic Pentecostals are quite reactionary, but the fact of the matter is they always project this modernist project in all sorts of interesting and complex ways. Islamic reformism, in their many iterations, tend to do the same. And Nigeria, again, is really a good place to explore these kinds of questions, but not just simply to explore them in the context of religion, but also to explore them in the context of their historicity. In my mind, in the meaning of Nigeria, in understanding the structures of state society formation in Nigeria, the dynamics of regionalism, power configurations, right? And the turning point is the period of decolonization. And a critical moment is just the range of religious violence that started about the late 1970s to the present. Ruth referenced, you know, the rise of expanded Sharia, you know, immediately after Abacha, and consumed much of the two-term presidency of Obasanjo. So yes, you're right. It's important to think about this in a comparison with with Sufism. I would say that, you know, the tariqa to think about is Tijaniya, not so much as Qadariya. I don't know of any scholarship in that area. There ought to be, not because of the utilitarian question that you raised, but there's a vast range of comparisons and discussions between charismatic Pentecostals and Islamic reformism. The person who opened that chapter for our deliberation is Ruth. So, but I do agree with you. It's probably, I don't know if there's anybody who is familiar with any such comparison. Those two forces, charismatic Pentecostals and Islamic reformism in the context of Nigerian state making, are very much, you know, two sides of the same coin. I mean, they go after one another viciously. They attack one another with such virulence. They hate one another mercilessly. But in actual fact, they do something which is strikingly similar in the ways in which the context power configurations and the meaning of power and the power of meaning in the making of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, that's what
I just want, could I just say one word?
No, because I'm going to.
No, you can't. No.
Just very quick.
And since we put Falo on the spot, I think, yeah.
No, I have, yeah, please give me 1 second to respond.
You have 30 seconds.
No, I actually agree. You know, we don't differ. I as you know, I frame the adaptations of Christianity and Islam and other religions in Africa the same way, right? So as they come in, I take the African cooking pot as the pot that will make it African and creating new traditions that are our own, right? So we don't disagree on that. But what I just wanted to touch on, the way I framed it, was to make sure that we see that there are patterns that cut across monotheist traditions in Africa, and that these longue durée processes are actually due to the local traditions. So if you take Sufism, for example, or you take Pentecostal Christianity, you take other, say, the Christian, Orthodox Christian church in Ethiopia, what's happening is that these traditions have been transformed by the local moral philosophy. So some elements may be tangible, you can see them. For example, the adaptation of the script, you can put your hand on it, but others are subtle. And those that are subtle include, for example, the prayer, prosperity, and the tongue, as Professor Roos mentioned. You find the same patterns too in Sufism, right? So this is not to say that these religions are foreign religions. What I'm just saying is that to reflect the African creativity, we have to look at features that cut across these traditions. So that was my point. And so thank you very much.
Okay, so I will call Professor Ogugbabi first, but let me make my point. I mean, the way Falu framed the question about that there's a common port. And that is important because I've made this argument in a book review I did years ago of a book called Pastures and Plenty, which for the first time, they look at prosperity gospel. Because most people that study prosperity gospel think it's only Pentecostal that do it in Africa. But in that book, they look at it across almost all religious traditions in Africa. They look at prosperity gospel as it's being done in Islam. They look at it as it's being done in African traditional religion. There's a whole movement of prosperity gospel equivalent going on in African traditional. So these are ethnographic studies, not theorization. So African traditional religions are also consciously, all the principles of prosperity gospel is going on right now in some fashion in many African traditional religion setting. You just need to remove Jesus Christ or Judeo-Christian God, and every other principles apply. So they did an ethnographic study by several scholars to map it out, Pastures and Plenty. So that kind of comparative work is beginning to be done. You take one thing and look at how it is being done. So Islam is there, Pastures of Plenty. But the thing I want to say is that, and this is, Falu has raised the point, and I made that comment when I reviewed the book about 2 years ago. the idea that scholars have in Africa that Pentecostalism, that Pentecostals are Pentecostalizing mainline churches is, in my mind, is wrong. They are not Pentecostalizing any African mainline churches. It's a misconception. My argument is that we are seeing an Africanization, that it was a process that started post-independent church, long before even what they call the Ethiopian movement in Africa. So what we see is that we are seeing Africanization, because all the things that Pentecostals are doing, for which we say that Pentecostalizing mainline churches, they're Africanizing. Because Pentecostals have not really invented something new in terms of the way churches are being structured or the spirit world. And that is what Dafika was saying, that we need to understand that they are taken off from that tradition. Because if you talk about dancing, now if you go to a Methodist church or somewhere, they are dancing. Well, dancing is an African traditional religion stuff. So what makes it Pentecostal? Take any of these practices or rituals or everything that you think is happening in Pentecostals, they are preceded by what has happened in African tradition. So what we're seeing is an Africanization. And so it's that same process that is also as engulfed the Sufi or whatever tradition Falou is saying about the common pot. But when it comes to Pentecostal studies, we tend to think that that common pot is not there. All of a sudden, Pentecostal invented their own separate pot. But I've made this argument that what we're seeing, anytime a scholar says, oh, they are Pentecostals, I said, you don't understand what is happening. Those churches are Africanized. Now, Pentecostalism may be the arrowhead that push it further, but it doesn't mean that they are Pentecostal, because all those features are forms of Africanization, of these forms of owning up, right? So and that's what Falou is talking about. And that process, that Africanization, has also happened in Islam, right? So is that Africanization? So we have to be very careful. Maybe somebody needs to do a more nuanced study to find out what exactly is Pentecostalization of the mainline churches. That if you can pass it out to say it's different. And Ebenezer is here, and in the morning when he was not here, we talk about even 9 vision, because him and him have discussed about this thing 3 or 4 years ago, and he was one that even gave me the reference of Ajay Crowder about this, the 9 vigil, that most people tend to think that Pentecostal invented the 9 vigil, and then now Islam is going to claim it on the Ibadan Express Road. Only as we discuss and find out and the research, that it was actually African traditional religion that passed it over to Islam. The Islam passed it over to Christianity, and Islam forgot that he did that, and then a new generation of Muslims are copying it, and we are saying, oh, they're copying Pentecostals, right? So this is the kind of knowledge that we need, that oftentimes what we are taking as Pentecostalization may indeed be an Africanization process that is going. I mean, that is one way to look at it. I would ask Professor Ogibami to talk, and Ruth has her hands up, but we just have...
I always do, though. Ignore me.
We just have 2 more minutes before we are supposed to have a break and reconvene.
Okay.
So, Professor, if you can talk, and then we'll take a break. Ruth, if you have a question, we are going to come back.
I'll come back at you in the next sessional.
Yeah. I think if we break now, we have about 30 minutes. The next section happens at the top of the hour. So we have really some good time. So we'll leave Professor Ogibami to talk, and then under the leadership of Dr. Ambassador Gali, then he can take up some of these questions and reflections.
I don't think we should have a break. We should just roll this to the next one.
Okay, so
allow people one or two people.
You are tired, though.
To go.
Okay, so what
Professor Ogibami, please.
So once you finish, I will hand over to.
We just translate instead of having a break. Okay. That way we can save some time as well, and people can have their dinner. Baba?
It's off.
Baba is off.
Okay, go on. On which team? Okay.
Hello?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to respond to what Professor Obandare talked about between foreign religion and African traditional religion. He gave an example of a bar of soap and a leaf. If two of them are together, then the leaf becomes part of the soap. Yeah, that may be true to some extent, but we called these other religions, Christianity and Islam, foreign because they are not indigenous to Africans. They are not indigenous. African traditional religion is indigenous. So indigenous African traditional religion influenced some of these foreign religions. No matter how long you stay in Ibadan, okay? I can never be an Ibadan person. Even if my great-great-grandparents had lived in Ibadan for many, many years, when there is time for them to do something that is particularly for Ibadan people, they will still trace my ancestry to Yagbaland, okay? So no matter how Christianity has stayed in Africa, I know that even the early church fathers were Africans, okay? For instance, St. Augustine of Hippo was an African, okay? And some other church fathers, they were African. And Jesus Christ was brought to Africa before he went to Europe, okay? So if we are going to talk about Christianity, we talk about Christianity specifically as a foreign religion because it did not originate from Africa, strictly speaking, okay? It is a combination of Semitic religion and Judaism, okay? So the truth of the matter is that we must not lose what we know about indigenous religion and generalize that because Christianity has been with us, Islam has been with us, Pentecostalism has been with us, so we must not address them as foreign. I think I differ. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so thank you, Professor Wariboko, for managing this panel very well. Let me now thank you so much, our panelists, Professor Femi Von, Professor Badare, Professor Ruth Marshall. We are all very grateful to you. Let me, please, can you spotlight Ambassador Igali, please? Obina, Professor Igali is the chair, is the chair for the last panel.
Yeah,
thank you very much. Let's hand over to Professor Igali. So this section, we continue with their conversation. I just titled it Reflections for people to say whatever they want, things that they didn't have time to talk about. So there is no structure to it. It's a free flow. You can continue with that conversation. So let's free flow it, please.
Thank you very much.
He can call on you. The chair can call on you.
Thank you very much, Professor.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Professor Falola. Let me begin by appreciating us all for this most intellectually captivating and rewarding conference. You said 13 or 14 hours. It's almost going to be about 15 hours. And we appreciate all the transglobal presenters and contributors. Without going much about myself, I am a historian, although my PhD is later in politics and international studies, but I'm essentially a historian, and most of my writings, my books, are mostly historical in nature. A few of them are available on Amazon, and I've won several awards. But let me say also, early in academia, I was headhunted and taken into diplomacy but on retirement, I returned back to where I originally started from. But Nimi has a relationship with me that is interesting. I was a mate of his elder brother, Professor Wabinte, who is in the University of West Indies, the professor of history. We were history students together with Professor Lagwa, and Nimi was then coming into the university, and we've had the relationship since then. But something very remarkable is that we were the first set that graduated from University of Port Harcourt. And deliberately, the university decided not to give any of us a first class. Actually, his brother was the best in my class. And the best we got was a 2-1. But shortly after we left, we heard that his younger brother made a first class in economics. And since then, he has continued that way. But something also very peculiar is that Nimi's worldview, which has been spoken about here, has been influenced by his environment. Environment as and his German environment, because as you know, the Jaws occupied the Niger Delta, much of the Niger Delta, 2,600 miles delta formed by the River Niger, because it is the sink of the River Niger, and it is one of the biggest wetlands in the world. So life there, maybe it's not brutish, but life there, you have to work hard. You spend some good hours, maybe days out in the ocean, Atlantic Ocean fishing. And you have to be strong and be resilient. But I would not want to go much into that. But Nimi is also very, if I may say, blessed to have benefited a lot from the studies of Professor Robin Houghton on the Kalabari worldview. And in some of my studies, I later came to see that Nimi has actually done a lot of studies together with Houghton, because I was one of Houghton's favorite students, and we did a few things together. So that has also affected his approach to having a synergy in terms of not seeing some walls of compartmentalization between what is regarded as African thought and what is his own deep Christian belief and in Pentecostalism makes him to get into. But in addition, I think what Nimi is doing is to champion, as it were, a form of self-rediscovery of Pentecostalism in Nigeria. In the earlier panels, people have commented on Kama and some of the reservations made with respect to how Pentecostalism is going in Nigeria, and some of the concerns people have. So Nimi is like a kind of Martin Luther within the house, but not in that kind of radical way, to try to bring people back to what faith actually is. And that is my interpretation. And he's championing the self-discovery and true spirituality in the Pentecostal movement. But also I see that not only Nimi, but listening to several of the scholars here, sometimes we try to build walls that do not really exist. Yes, I agree with you. And that is why Houghton believed. Houghton disagreed with people like Professor Mbiti and even Bolaji on some aspects of their studies, because he thought that where you are an African, it's good for us to admit that what I've entered into is there's a bit of the African faith also, and not to deny the African faith completely. And that put him in a lot of trouble. But so what exists today and what I've heard today is the fact that the walls are not really there. And I like what Professor Fallow said about in terms of Islam and Christianity. In Nigeria today, we have Christians who have Muslims as their Muslim scholars, as their great friends. I have one close to my house here, the imam of the local mosque here. He comes all the time to pray. And he prays for prosperity of my family. When he comes, he prays mostly for prosperity. So what I'm trying to say is that on every Muslim holiday, he comes here with his people, large crowd to pray with me. And every Christian holiday, they still come to pray. So there is actually a synthesis. And I think some of these discussions today have also highlighted those facts. I think Nimi is a one-man intellectual squad. He keeps moving into different areas. He meanders easily. There are no walls for him. Maybe the next, he will be going into medicine and to some other, to stem cell or some other places. But congratulations for this. And I think it's been a most rewarding day. I would like to stop there so that we can take a few comments. I thought what we'll do this session, because the three last speakers, I thought, had actually concluded it. And it remained for us to hear from Nimi and end it. But if Professor Falola believes that we should open it up for more reflections, that would be quite fine.
So let me call them Kaunda, because he's been offering disagreements as you all are talking. He offered a disagreement on the newness of Africa, its foreignness, and is offering a disagreement as we're talking. So let him state, Professor Kaunda. So where are you? Can you please spotlight Kaunda? He has some major disagreements with some of these speeches. Please, go ahead. Unmute him, please.
Actually, I Prof, and good morning from my side in South Korea. Thank you so much for this very enriching discussion. Actually, I'm not having disagreements, Prof, as you are putting it. I think I'm still holding on to what Prof Igala is just pointing to. I think we have to think hard what we mean when we say Africa. What is Africa? Is it a pre-colonial Africa that we are talking about? Is it a colonial Africa that we are talking about? Or is it a post-colonial Africa that we are talking about? And what's the meaning of identity in that regard? Because sometimes I tend to feel like we think Africa is the Africa that is pre-colonial. And many of us, we never lived in pre-colonial Africa. Myself, I never lived even in the colonial Africa. And the only Africa that I know is the contemporary Africa on this side of decolonization. So what do we mean when we say Africa? And when we're talking about Christianity and these many other religions like Islam, I think it's unfair to argue that they are foreign religions. Because I think what has happened, if to borrow Professor Wariboko's argument, is that these religions like Pentecostalism are just highlighting that which is already there in Africa. So they are excavating. I think Kalu also referred to that they have been mining these aspects of African religions. And therefore, they are essentially African. If you look at the many contexts where prophetic thing is happening, you find an Islamic prophet is giving an exact prophet, like somebody who is coming from a charismatic background, like somebody who is in ATR. So what has happened, I think, in Africa today is that there is just this rich and contestation of what it means to be African. I think that's what these religions are doing to us. And we have to think hard within the present to understand what it means to be African and what it means to be indigenous. And the concept of indigenous, I think we have to rethink it hard, because sometimes it looks like we are talking about something that is trapped in the past. African traditional religions are not trapped in the past. They are not monolithic. They have developed and they have evolved. And the way we understand them today is not the way they were understood maybe 50 years ago. So we have to do all those things as well when we do that.
Okay, Professor Wariboko, yes.
Yeah, because I wanted to, thank you for the opportunity. I want to go back to respond to what Shegu Bugba mentioned. I mean, what the professor said, if he stayed 1,000 years in Ibadan, he's never considered an Ibadan man. So, and that happened to be the foundational principle or the analogical foundation that is moving to say, therefore, that is not African, so Islam or Christianity cannot be there. So he's making an argument, so, okay, this is what he thinks in Africa. But the exact opposite happens in Ijaw land. In the Kalabari tradition that came in, citizenship is decided by residence and culture. This is something that Lagwa and Horton are about, that for you to be a Kalabari man, they invented a system. If you are able to live in that place, acquire the culture, residence and culture, you become automatically a Kalabari man. So this is Africa. So when we say Africa, what Africa are talking about? That is how you become a citizen in the Kalabari part of Ijo. That residents and culture. So what they do is that every man at some point has to go through a cultural test or dance or so. And so when they come out, they call it crack Kalabanabo, means the right Kalabanabo. This is something our historians have written about. That is how they find out this. So they give you a language test or something. So and that's why by 1834, when they were signing the treaty with Britain, I did the research and I found out that 34% of the chiefs that signed that treaty as representing Kalabari people were third generation Igbos who had come there for trade and settle. That is a big number. For you to have 34% of those who signed the treaty on the behalf of the Kalabari Ijo were just first generation people that came in. People forget that Jaja was an Igbo man. He came to Opobo. He came to Bono, was accepted, he became a king. So this idea that Africans have this a concept of indigeneity that ties you to there. It might be true in some part of Africa, but from the Ijo, and I'm not speaking here for the general Ijo, but for the Ijo part, like the Kalabari and Boni area, right? It was a different form of evolution. They define citizenship by acquisition of culture and by residence. You become a Kalabari Ijo man. So there are differences even within the larger Ijo community. So I'm saying that generalizing.
Professor Wariboko, no, it's not different. All over Ijo is the same. If you come in and you're indigenized, you can become actually you have more chances of becoming a chief because people feel that you have no other place to run to. So it's a common thing with our people. But then, like you said, it may be not in every part of Africa that kind of station exists. I'm sure in many parts of Africa, people are indigenized.
And don't forget that indigeneity is related to the evolution of colonial structures and redefinitions of identity, chieftaincy, and kingship. Because we were talking about fluidity for most of the centuries. So the spaces were fluid. Transhumance population, the Fulani moved from the Gambia to Nigeria. So indigeneity, as you created those new colonial boundaries, they gave you a new nationality, began to give you passport, and they began to fix you in one specific location. Ibadan, that Professor Gungwemi reference, was created in 1829. It wasn't an ancient Yoruba city. But let's move on. I
think Ruth wants to say something.
Yes, please. We are closing. All of you remember, we are not opening new arguments. We are closing arguments.
No. I wanted to do a two-finger on the question of the indigeneity of Christianity in Africa or not, right? And I actually I agree with all of you. And this is kind of the wager of my book. But what did I say? I said, I pushed back on Joseph Tonda. I don't know if any of you are familiar with Joseph Tonda's work. Unfortunately, he only writes in French, and I've been trying to get his 2 books translated since, but it's not easy to get books, find the money for that. Anyway, he's got one book called The Souverain Moderne, The Modern Sovereign, and the other one is on healing, Pentecostal healing in Central Africa. And both of these books, he argues that, and he's much more negative, right? He says that his argument is essentially that the great division between this ethnocentric and culturalist division, which opposes on the one hand the civilizing mission and what he calls génie sorcier, which is like the genius of witchcraft or the spirit of witchcraft, constitutes a form of theodicy in which the Christian God is actually removed from the historical structuring of African misfortune. And what he wants to do is put it back in. So these are what we call the revenge of paganism accounts, the way in which some people have argued that the pagan spirit comes up and snatches the Christian God and kind of smothers him in the pagan embrace, right? He says the contemporary Christian effervescence is the result of the setting to work of what he calls God's capital under the domination of what he calls the modern sovereign. And here capital is either symbolized differently by the Spirit of Christ, money, science, technology, witchcraft, the colonial and the neo-colonial state. So these are all the sort of symbolic figures for capital. And in this colonial encounter gives rise to the production of these new forms of practice and imaginary significations in which the genius of the white, génie du blanc, and the genius of the witchcraft, or the génie sorcier, it's hard to translate, come together through a relationship of forces. And his real concern is to develop what I would call a sociology of domination. And he shows how the power at work in divine healing constitutes a form of subjection to this modern sovereign, right? Through an obedience to pastoral authority established through the performance of miracles of healing. But I actually pushed back on this and said that it's because this authority is actually quite unstable. Pastoral authority is not absolute, it's very unstable and entirely dependent on a demos, in other words, on a community, that you could read the process of subjectivation are more ambivalent than simply a story of subjection. He overemphasizes, to my mind, the powers of subjection to pastoral authority and ultimately to an ethnocentric God. But we do have to open the question of the ethnocentric God, A, the God of the civilizing mission, B, the relationship between race and Christianity at an ontological level. I mean, because there's no question, and we can look at this, there's a lot of work we've done, Winter's work, there's a lot of recent work, especially American, looking at the way in which anti-Blackness becomes, as it were, the form of Christianity's universalism. And I actually think it's a serious critique, and that all people who are studying Pentecostalism in the African context, which of course is very different than the US context, nonetheless are going to have to grapple with. This claim that's coming out of, I'm thinking of Sylvie Winter's work, I'm thinking of, who else? What's her name? Saidiya Hartman, The Afterlife of Slavery, right? And I do think that the question that Tonda puts to us, is a question of sovereignty, because we do know that in Africa, right, we think about the way in which the demonization of the past, and they talk to the spirits, which is central to Pentecostalism, is also a very ambivalent discourse, right? Because after all, the deconstruction of these old forms of sociability and solidarity are also the deconstruction of old forms of subjection and affliction, right? So there is a violence done by Pentecostalism. It's a real violence done to memory, and it participates in a political project of reordering the present and the future. But these forms that it's critiquing have themselves been profoundly structured by colonial and post-colonial relations of power. So, for example, the famous group solidarity based on kinship and infinite debt is actually something that figures in African accounts of the South as a form of bondage. And that is something that Pentecostals enable people to be liberated from. And it certainly hasn't, it's participated in the history of African auto-subjection. So my question is, if history is a memory that flashes up in a moment of danger, what is the danger to which a politics of authenticity or memory is nostalgia and loss responds? And how then do we qualify the Christian hope that Pentecostals develop? I mean, Beko Ransom Kuti was talking about Abacha. He was imprisoned by Abacha, and he uses a Christian term. And my question to my readers is the only way to read this reference, this Christian reference, as a reiteration of Nietzsche's slave mentality? There must be another way of thinking about it. And I actually think there is. And I think that the question of the foreignness or not foreignness of Christianity is kind of missing the point. We have to get closer to the question than that and think about what it means politically for questions of justice and emancipation. And then also the question of race. I do really think that this is going to come and bite scholars of African Pentecostalism in the posterior at some point in the near future. So I'd like to hear what all these scholars have to say, especially Nimi has to say about this. I feel like we should put him on the spot. Don't you feel like we should put him on the spot, though?
No, let's leave him.
Yes, so.
Well,
anyway, I wanted to say also thank you, Toyin, because I believe I have not yet thanked you for this wonderful, wonderful work, and also to offer my apologies again to Nimi for failing to be in the volume.
Thank you. I want to divide my conversation into two broad categories. The first is the why question, and the second is housekeeping. So when you look at the insertion of voices into the classrooms, by and large, African scholars are not privileged. That's one. Second, when we pair African studies with African American studies, they produce a chemistry in a way that it does not necessarily enhance colleagues who do Africa. So for instance, we have people who will teach an African American voice. So one challenge is to say, okay, how can we create a number of scholars that they will be teaching? In some fields, they don't lend themselves to that kind of approach. In literature, it does, but it still does not mean that that is done a lot. That's one. Second, if you look at the disciplines in the last decade, you find a lot of fragmentation, so badly fragmented now. Then you find a new generation of young scholars who, because of the nature of supervision, they do what is called transnational studies. So what we call local studies, they hardly don't do them anymore. And when they say, okay, I want to choose a job, you find from the introduction that is not aligned with studies in Africa or aligned with African epistemology, but is aligned with some kind of global framing. And then you find a wide range of topics. Some of them are so small, some are irrelevant, that are not connected to the project of the African agenda. They're not connected to the African nation states. They're not connected to African development aspirations. They're not connected to African identities and nationalism. And because people are not going back home, they are seeking jobs here, such topics become encouraged. So some years ago, I said, okay, and it was, this idea occurred to me because as I was interviewing people for jobs, I became disturbed at some point about the way they were framing their topics. I said, what is going on? And I said, okay, I understand how location is affecting them, but what is your own responsibility and my own responsibility? I began to say, okay, let us go back to the foundations of the academia and the nation state project, the way we started after the Second World War. Let's go back to it. And let's go back to the agenda of intellectual responsibility. And we began to say, okay, the first thing, my own small contribution, was to approach Cambridge University Press and start a new series on identities. And I introduced it with my own book, The Yoruba Past and Present. And I commissioned books on the Igbo, on the Hausa, the way we started in the 50s and 60s. So let's begin to say, okay, what is wrong with writing about the Ijaw people that you do not necessarily connect to agenda outside of Ijaw land, but connecting it to their own epistemologies, because they have their own needs They have their own, they have their own needs, they have their own intellectual projects that have nothing to do with Columbia or Cambridge or Oxford. Why can't we say, okay, this is their need? If you were to, you cited Alagua, who contributed to this volume. I knew him. I slept in his house. I knew the way he was framing those topics. And I was framing it in a way that the Jaw will find themselves in it. So the other thing is, you have to, if you can't just say they're not teaching your people, but you have to create provenance for them. You have to say, if you want to teach someone, this is the material to teach this person. Because you can't just say, they're not teaching Ogungbemi, they're not teaching Nimi Wariboko. They will say, where are the sources to teach them? So I say, okay, let's begin to create a new body of works in ways in which we put something there. We've been talking about Pentecostalism, and many of you will be aware that I did a 700-page book, not edited, on Obukalu. We took it back to Weri to launch the book, to say, okay, this is his voice. This is his voice. And the Nimi Wariboko book is not a book in its honor. It's not a fresh script. You have to be very clear about this book. I didn't frame it as a fresh script. So I didn't frame it as essays in honor of Wariboko. I frame it as this is the body of his ideas. Let's interrogate this body of ideas. And we need to do, you and I, not just me, I'm preaching now. This body of ideas are there, which you have to study. As our colleagues study body of ideas in Asian societies, in Chinese societies, what we are going to get out of it in the final analysis, we don't know. So when we're talking about launching, so this man was slighted. He wrote so many books. His name is Delano. So this is his body of ideas, which I put together and launched in Lagos. So I'm just appealing to many of you to begin this process. It doesn't matter how many you take, but we have to put those body of ideas there. And we have to do solo books on people who have accumulated knowledge. We're now at a point we can do a solo book on Mazrui, on Selesa, on Mamdani, just as people do solo books on scholars in China, in Europe, and in the US. And by doing those solo books, we'll be advancing projects, and we're advancing in our own small ways. It can only be small, the contributions of our colleagues to scholarship. This is what gave birth to this, and I'm encouraging you all. And for those of you who have been following what I'm doing now, I'm also collecting their voices. You must have seen the interview with Wariboko. It's on the internet, written one, podcast. The more we do that, the more we create voices that people can be referring to. Let me now go to housekeeping. I will write a report in the next 2 days or so, like 10 pages. I've made my notes. I will convert it into a report of the conference, which we're going to circulate. I will not bore you with that because I've made my notes and I will write it up. And it's very well attended. Different names on YouTube that one of us is compiling. We have almost close to 250 people, different names, who signed up on both. Many of you have asked me about what do we do with these papers. Three things. The theory ones, I will put them in History Compass. Because it has a big circulation. So I've been noting the theoretical pieces. I will publish them in History Compass, because when it comes to methodology, historiography, History Compass it circulates very widely. So we put some in Yoruba Studies Review, and the rest we'll put in a book. We'll be contacting you. There's no point to waste your time on the details of that. For those of you who need certificates of participation, we already have your names. We will print the certificates and send to you by email. I don't want to express my gratitude now. I want to close with that. If somebody wants to say something, because once I say gratitude, I will ask you, I will just say good evening and let you go and enjoy your dinner. It's midnight in Nigeria now. I'm sure the ambassador wants to go and sleep.
It's not midnight, it's just 2 o'clock.
So if people want to make some closing remarks.
Professor Falola, I wanted to say something.
Please go ahead.
Just to inform our friends in diaspora that after many years, we've succeeded in bringing back the teaching of history back to our schools, which was an issue of great concern, and we were misunderstood for a very long time. So that has been achieved, and hopefully our children will be able to know our history. So I still hear people saying that history is not in the classroom. No, that will return to the classroom again. Yeah.
Closing.
Thank you.
Closing conversation before I express my gratitude to you.
Chief, can I
please go ahead?
Before you say, I want to use this opportunity to thank everyone, especially Professor Tony Falola, for making this possible. I mean, 3 years ago, I think it's about this time in November 2017, when he called me that he wanted to do the book like that, and he stayed with it. You know, doing books like that takes a long time. He stayed with it until 3-year project. He didn't abandon it. And at that time, he had also planned to have a conference. The whole idea was that the book was going to come out from the conference. But when people started to submit the abstract and everything, he moved straight to the book and still kept his word to have the conference. So this conference initially could have happened in 2018, but the way things, and a part of his generosity, we are doing this conference online. But when he announced that project, that he was going to do it, and he said, I'm going to host a physical conference, and everybody was supposed to come to Texas initially, not on foot. And he put on the ground his own $20,000 from his pocket to say, I would do that to cover the expenses of the conference, instead of going to raise money, because I just believed in this project. That was 2007. And so the way Pentecostal would say, God works in a mysterious way. Now with the Zoom, thank God he didn't have to spend that money. But so I want to thank you for that kind of commitment to other people. Tony Falola has always been committed into developing the next generation of scholars, promoting African scholarship also. And to his assistant, Anna Caritas, who had worked with him tirelessly all these years. If you know what it takes to organize a conference of over 40 speakers or so, and Obina, who is working from the scene, and other technicians who are there doing all those things, you know, so that there are a group of them doing that. And for those of you that are here, especially the last panel, Professor Olufemi Vaughan, Ruth Marshall, Ebenezer Badure, and all of you that are still here, Falugam, Shegun Ogugbemi, Samuel Zalenga, David Olali, Davika Prema Wadhana. You know, I want to thank all of you. And Shima Korea, who is in South Korea, has been up in the first section. It's like basically he's been here for 2 days, you know. And all the people that I can see, and my colleague Dana Roberts, who teaches a history course with me, and also very committed to the African project, knowledge project. She was here in the morning, and also Cretin Coleman, all of you that are still here. So at least General Alice also, who presented a paper. Most of you didn't know him. He was humble. He was a professor at MIT, but decided to come and study religion and theology. So he's there, and the rest of you that can see that presented papers. I want to thank all of you. My colleague, co-editor, Bill Olivero, I've seen this in the morning. And Mary Elizabeth Dean, she's back on again. And my friend Fiona and Olabisi Jegede and Cretin Coleman and Alan and Judy Bachman. We have not seen her face, but I hope she's in Germany or so, but she travels to Nigeria. And actually, she's written a work on the in the book that came out. She has a chapter on alternative sovereignty, trying to pick up with the debate route, and sometimes your route will find that interesting. And Ross Gilchrist, I think I mentioned it, Stian Eriksen, it's I think Norway. I met him maybe 5 years ago. James Yeku, everybody that I'm seeing, please, I want to thank all of you for staying this while. And I didn't know, it has not been boring. I've been sitting there here since 20 minutes to 5 Boston time till now. So it's been a long day, but it's been very exciting. And I really appreciate what everybody has done. And for my friend and brother, Ambassador Ogali, who is in Nigeria, he was up. He's been on since at least 5 o'clock. He came in about a few minutes to 5 Boston time, and he's been on in Nigeria. It's already, as I said, is it 2 o'clock or 3 o'clock in Nigeria, and he's been on. So I want to thank everybody. And Michelle Sang, I've been seeing her face. So if I've not mentioned you, I've just scrolled through Cretin Coleman. I just scrolled through and mentioned everybody that's still around. You can take my words to the others, and I want to thank every other person that has been here. It's been a wonderful time. I've learned a lot, and I didn't know that people took my idea seriously. I just do this thing to put food on the table, frankly. I'm just an immigrant, who's just trying to, Falu Gum, who's just trying to put food on the table. Maybe but that is where life is. You do this kind of work, and people say something. I didn't do it to impress anybody. I just did it or so, and the idea come to me. I just do it. I had no plan where it would go, but I'm very happy that everybody find it useful to talk about it. And I really want to thank everybody, as you say, as we say in Nigeria, from the bottom of my heart.
Well, my own is also to continue with the gratitude. It's been a lot of work and so many meetings with our conference team.
Professor, sorry, my wife has always been around so I want to also thank.
Yeah, we tagged her a few times. We tagged her a few times so that people would see her. Thank you. So, so many meetings to make this work. Fear that the technology may not work, all sorts of dry runs. Last Wednesday, we had a meeting. Some people, you will never have seen them, who contributed a lot. From Nigeria, we had 3 staff. They were here in the morning. There's a shift to manage this. We thank Anna for the correspondence. We have student volunteers. Obina is our technician. He knows that I panic a lot when it comes to technology, and he's going to sleep very well tonight. That everything works, and they work very well. So without our team, this conference would not have been possible. Sarah, Wale, Shagun, Anna, Obina, Ndidi, so many of them that you won't see who have been doing this work. We've recorded the entire conversation. We're not going to throw the recording away, and we may cut some of them into smaller podcasts and post them. We're grateful to all the contributors. It could have been more than this. I stopped Anna. I asked Anna, don't accept. When people contacted me, I said, we no longer can accept, because we could have done this in another way in which we create simultaneous panels. But I wanted to retain the original feel. The original thing is we come together, we celebrate, we drink, we eat, we talk. So I said, okay, let me keep some of this feel by not breaking this into simultaneous sessions. So we have participants from various countries: Ghana, Nigeria, Norway, Australia, the US. So which is a very delight to have. Thank you all. The reason why I'm closing is it's 8:15 on your side. You have to have dinner. I've only had nuts since 4 a.m. I've not had a dinner, and I want all of you to go and have your meal, because it's so that you don't eat very late. Thank you all, and we're going to write to you and call upon you some other time. We're very grateful to you. Bye-bye now.